Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Vladimir Chile, are you here? Are you here to experience live technical analysis? You're not late. You're early. And it's starting in 10 minutes. Starting soon. Live technical analysis. All right, let's have a look. Ah, what the fucking... What the shit is this chart? What the shit? Fucking hell. Shit. 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 This chart has become the shit. Let's see if we can rectify shit. If we can fix the shit. Let's get rid of all this shit. And let's try and fix the shit. What's that parallel channel? Keep that. What's that? I don't know. Yes, no, yes. Probably not. Maybe. It's hard to tell. You never know. Oh, God. Not good. Right. Let's start with TRVL actually. Just wait another 5 minutes. Let's have a look at BTC while we're at it. Prediction, huh? Why have I got a line there? I like predictions. I like to predict. Look at that. Wow. Bam. Up and down and perfect. Okay. Good, do so. Wow. Okay. That's interesting. Oh my god. That's bullish, bullish, bullish. Bullish. That's really bullish. Really bullish, isn't it? It's become really bullish. Oh my god. Look at that. Back test as well there, look. Back test. Oh, it's become really, 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 really bullish. 4 hour. Close higher. What time is it? 3 minutes. $105.051. 5051. 105.051. Yeah, I hope it closes higher. I have continuation. Two minutes. Oh, 30 seconds to come to this. $20 seconds. Are we going up? Are we going up? 12 seconds. Little up, 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 up. Go up. Fuck. Close lower. That sucks. That really sucks. That sucks. Big time sucks. All right. So BTC is not going up at the moment. It's stuck. Let's have a look at this. We're stuck a little bit, huh? We're stuck. We are not going anywhere at the moment. The BTC looks like it wants to go down a little bit. Not much volume on BTC. Oh, we've got bearish divergence formed here. Bearish divergences. So it's not going up. It's definitely not going up. My phone. I'm looking for my phone. Where did it go? There it is. Oh. Mujahid. So the argument is because the market is so polluted in altcoins, there won't be an alt season. Perhaps it will be mitigated. Those are the words I wanted to hear. Mitigated. Did Slurf close higher? High 79. Close 79. Shit, it closed literally at the previous high. I don't know what that means. Let me have a look at Solana. There's definitely going to be an alt season. And that's what I'm going to look at now. We're getting some bearish divergences here on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is basically stopped moving. Basically, it's not going up, it's not going down, it's just kind of going sideways. Usually what that means is that we're going to have ETH starts to move. We're getting a little bit of bearish divergence here, so we were getting bullish at the lows here. See those bullish divergence here? We're getting bearish here. I feel like BTC is now forming a really godforsaken tight range, which has the potential for our alt season to begin. If Bitcoin kind of goes nowhere, does nothing, we are in the kind of the place where alt season can begin. It's just going to happen, you know. When it happens, it's just going to happen. Bitcoin is probably going to go nowhere actually when alt season is happening. You just have to kind of lower your expectations a little bit. But Bitcoin is basically, I think it's pointless being in Bitcoin now. I'm just looking at I have a position in Bitcoin. Nothing really. It's pointless. It's a pointless position. But maybe not with the altcoins right now. I think if Bitcoin goes sideways and does nothing, you could get quite a good alt season. Potentially. Oof, look at that. There you go. Told you it was going to go down. Bitcoin just dropped. Ew, that's ugly, isn't it? ETH dropped as well. Oh my god. Ew, everything dropped. Just like that. That is disgusting. I don't like that. Long closed. Oh, short entered actually. Big short entered. Like 1 million short on that. It's amazing how those shorts can actually push the whole market down. The whole market is just pushed down. Doesn't mean it's going down, to be honest with you. Shorts can get trapped. And then they close at market if there's absorption. Ah, damn, I was just about to sell. And it just didn't fill my position. I should have market sold though. That's annoying. I don't know if it's worth longing or shorting on Bitcoin, to be honest with you. I guess what I'm going to analyze now. If everyone's here. There's only 2 people. You lost 2k on Trump, huh? You longed, huh? You longed. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. I lost a little bit of money just trying along at the low, but it got stopped out It's not a big deal. That's normal. When you take a trade, it's pretty normal to lose money. The key is that when you're making money, do you take profit? Because that's how you're going to offset the losses. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble quickly. Because if you're not taking profit with your winning trades, then how do you cover the losses with your losing trades? The problem now is the market really isn't moving that much. I'm just kind of, some coins are moving, like Link has been moving nicely, but everything else is kind of flat at the moment. I'm just looking at everything now. ETH is the only one that moved today, isn't it? ETH has been moving. I think so, yeah. I think it's going to be a bit hectic, a bit volatile. All right. I don't know if I should do BTC just yet. Maybe I'm going to just go into TRVL, and then if a few more people join, then I can kind of do BTC. There's no real rush at the moment. To be honest with you, look at this is where we are now. I had this kind of, we faked out on this diamond, tried to go down, it tried to go up, tried to go down, and got stuck at the range of R. Pushed right up into, looked like it was breaking out, rejected, and rather than come down to this range, back down to this triangle, it's just kind of just ignored it. But we haven't ignored it, because you can see there's a little test, and now we're at the point of control. So honestly, I don't consider this price action to be bearish at the moment. I consider it to just be flat, range bound. This triangle is no longer the range, because we're outside of it. The diamond is long gone. It's finished. So what there is some kind of triangle. It's probably a little bit wider than what I had, probably. It's probably just these first points here, these ones, probably. Let me see if I can pull it out. Shit, what did I do? Done this wrong. A, B, C. It probably still there, huh? There probably is a triangle. Maybe before I had it here, or whatever here. But actually it's probably there. It's probably a little bit wider, with the point of control being the apex of the triangle, or thereabouts. It's probably still there. We're probably still in some kind of triangle. I think if the price does kind of off the point of control go up and then go down, that's kind of the most likely scenario, rather than just going up and up and up. I don't think that's likely. I think it's more likely for us to go up. We have to go down first, like that. Liquidity grab off the lows and then up. That's really probably, in this context, the best entry for a long. You could just scale in and just be bullish. Triangle like this, there's no way to know which way it's going to break out. It's probably going to break out to the upside. The only reason I say that is because I think across this range the momentum is going up, and the momentum will play a part in the direction of the breakout, the higher time frame momentum I'm thinking of. Okay, so see, we're kind of sitting on the 4-hour 50 moving average there. we're kind of above the moving averages. And when you go slightly higher and you look at the momentum, look, you see that we're kind of above. The price is kind of nicely kind of coming into these big moving averages. So the momentum is to the upside. These are higher time frame moving averages. You can't ignore them. The fact that they're all underneath the price, and the price is nicely consolidating above this range of value area. Oh my god. Oh, sorry about that. Something's in my throat. Oh. I've got something stuck in my throat. I'm about to die. The chatter is FOMC will not make changes, as said others. I have a theory about that too. I think just because these higher time frame moving averages are nicely trending upwards, and when the price is above them, and the price has found support on this range value area, I don't necessarily think we're going down. I think if we do go down, it's a really nice buy opportunity. I think it's highly unlikely. Got it out. Thank you. Oh my god. That's what it was. I think it's highly unlikely that we just go down like that. Doesn't make any sense. Because if you look at these moving averages, they're all underneath the price. They're all trending up. This weekly, look at them. The price is nicely consolidating, waiting for these higher time frame moving averages to catch up with the price. So every kind of dip here is going to be a buy opportunity. It is likely that we liquidate before we go up, though. That's likely to happen. But right now, if you see on the kind of the lower time frames, the momentum has completely flattened out, totally flat now. And I probably think it's more likely than not that the price will now do this until this higher time frame moving averages catch up with the price. Yeah, so you got some slightly higher time frame moving averages. You got this. I think we're just waiting for the higher time frame moving averages to catch up with the price, and that's probably going to give the price a little push to the upside. So it is likely that we range here. Okay, that's kind of the most probable scenario here, I think. On live stream, be careful. What does that mean? What do you mean on live stream? What did I do? Cough or die? Die on live stream. Having a tea, chilly. That being said, I can tell you for a fact that if Bitcoin wants to impulse, it has to go down. It can't just impulse. Yeah, but right now I'm looking at the weekly time frame. We've got increasing volume, increasing prices, pretty healthy. I'd like to see where we close this week, because for me this is a bearish close right now. Yeah, at the moment this is a bearish close. This is not a bullish close. Bullish candles, bearish close, simply because you've taken the liquidity from the all-time high and you've ended up closing lower than last week's high, the weekly time frame. You're looking at a higher time frame weekly swing failure. It's pretty bearish. Okay, it doesn't mean the price can't go up, but I don't know if I'm expecting the price to just go up in this circumstance. If we close here, we'd have to close much higher. We've got a few hours left, so I'd like to see how we close today. I don't know how we're gonna close. It hasn't shown any signs of going up in a kind of strong way, has it? Not really, but it could happen. You could just get a final push towards the end of weekly close. People are like really bullish. They're trying to kind of front run the price or something. I don't know. You know, shit happens, huh? That's what we're waiting for. Shit to happen. At the end of our day, we're waiting for something shit to happen. Maybe we get a push up to the end of the day and we get a nice push, a nice close. Hold on a second, I have to close a couple of positions because actually I won't bother. I won't touch it. At the moment we're just flat. Yeah, you can see we're flat. You can be, you're long here and you're short here, and you're not invalidated, and you're just stuck in a position. It's probably better to not be in a position, probably. But I think in my mind I'm thinking I'd like to see what happens if we go up. It does look quite bullish. Looks like we're rounding here to go up. This 12-hour time frame, we still have time. This 4-hour candle was pretty miserable. It wasn't bullish just because we closed lower, but it is 2 green candles, so there is potential here for going up. Yeah, so we have to see if this next 4-hour candle is 8, closes like that, then you're probably looking to go up with the next candle. But I mean, I don't know. I think in my mind the weekly close is pretty bearish. If it closes like that, you could totally end up going up and coming all the way back down to 100k next week. That would look really bearish, wouldn't it? What we kind of need next week is and it's tricky with next week, isn't it? It's a bit tricky because next week you got the end of the month. Tomorrow's the 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 30. Like in 5 days, you got another end of the month here. Honestly, I think if we close underneath the previous month high with a monthly swing failure, then the next month you'll probably take the highs and drop back down. That's the most likely outcome looking at these candles. It's not bullish to go up there and close underneath the previous month high like that. That's not a bullish close. Yeah, it's a weak close because you've taken the liquidity and you've closed lower. So the next move up is a liquidity grab for a down move. Okay, so and you can't predict the future. So right now I'd like probably a strong close. I'd like a really nice strong close up at 115k by like a really strong bullish close. That way we have a little bit of space to come down to back test here for continuation for another push up. That's kind of what you want to see. You want to see this kind of feel like it's going up. It's not stalling. Okay. Yeah. Otherwise we're range bound here for the time being. That's basically becomes your range bound. If you can't close above the range, that's your range at the moment. This is the range we're in. It's quite a wide monthly range, but effectively this close to that tonight and then on the monthly time frame is quite important. Tonight it's important because it determines potentially what happens next with the movement. And you have to bear in mind that we are at all-time highs. This is like every single person who has Bitcoin is in profit, like almost every single person. No, I'm not talking about traders. I'm talking about hodlers. I'm talking about people who have spot. Any single person in the whole world who has bought Bitcoin at any point in time since the beginning of Bitcoin is in profit right now. They've made money. Yeah. And some people have made a lot of money. And it's a good place to take profit. Honestly, it's a really good place to take profit. If you bought Bitcoin last year or the year before, if you're not trying to gamble your whole profit for higher prices, you can take some profit now. This is a really good place to take profit. And I think a lot of people are taking profit. The question is, where are they taking their profits to? Are they taking it to fiat, or are they taking it to altcoins? And at the moment, it looks like they're taking it to ETH. That's what it looks like. So I'm good. That's what I'm going to analyze in a second. But I'm just trying to explain what's happening with the markets right now. Bitcoin is all-time highs. It's the best place to take profit right now, because even people who bought a few weeks ago and the price dropped and didn't sell and they just kept on buying, they're in profit still. If for the last month you were just buying Bitcoin, just buying, just not selling, you're up in your investment. Yeah. But people might not be taking profit because they might be thinking about higher prices. It's possible. And the last time we were in this kind of situation, we were kind of here, weren't we? Look, here, this is where we were. That's the closest comparison. Or here, either we were here or here, and it's hard to tell where exactly we are, because if we're here, the trend only just begins. Look, you just have a crossover and the trend has begun. That crossover was here, wasn't it? And actually it was after we kind of crossed here that the trend began. Slightly different circumstance to this situation. So possibly we're here, actually. Possibly we're just here. We're just here, this last bit, for a last kind of push up. And we've kind of missed most of the mover. Bitcoin has moved. And we're in this last stage. I don't know. Really, I'm just looking at this. We see this weekly closed higher. We have to close higher. If we're going up this week, we have to close higher. For me, that's a really important signal, closing higher. Here, you see, that was a higher close. If next week we have a green week to push up into higher prices, kind of to replicate that week there, then this week has to close higher than last week. It really does. And we'll know. Now, if it doesn't close higher, we're probably due for a pullback next week to the end of month. This is the end of month, probably. And then do we get a green month, which is our green, kind of like everyone's expecting a green February. Really, like, I mean, the chances of there's only one time in the past that we've had a red February, and that's because Bitcoin already pumped 50%. I read that on X. Someone said that this February, after the halving year, has always been green, except one time, and that's because it pumped already. Bitcoin already pumped 50% the previous month in the January. We haven't pumped 50%, have we? We have not pumped 50%. We've only gone up 15% last January. So everyone is expecting a green month on February. It's hard to predict when you're at all-time high and you're not getting a strong close. We have to see how we close today. I think right now you see that the price is kind of still, even though it was kind of bearish divergence, you see that we're getting a little bit of buying here. So I wasn't feeling too bearish, even though we're getting a little bit of bearish divergence. Look, that was bearish divergence. Someone shorted there. Look, that was a big short. 1 million. short closed, immediately that short's underwater, immediately, almost immediately. Look at that VWAP. The VWAP just bounced off the VWAP. It's really bullish for the price to just bounce off the VWAP. Lucky I didn't close my position, to be honest with you. I'm still in that position. I was going to close it, but I think I'm still feeling quite bullish. I just want to see what the daily close is like and the weekly close, and that's going to be, I'm probably going to be streaming all the way through to a weekly closer. So I'm going to be online now for the next 3.5 hours. So get ready. We can watch the weekly close together. And so what I'm suggesting is this, just based on these candles, yeah, just looking at these weekly candles, we've got really nice volume, really nice prices, increasing volume. That's what you want to see. So this week's volume is actually really bullish. It suggests that we're going higher, but this is what we want now. We want a weekly close above previous week high. Okay, now I'm using the Bybit chart. I'll be looking at the other charts as well, just to make sure that we get a nice close on Binance. And we can still do it, huh? Because all we have to do is close above that line. Okay, doesn't mean we're not going to get a pullback, but that suggests that there's more that we can go up. Yeah, we can still go up. That's what it suggests. If we close above that line, it doesn't mean it's just going to go straight up, because usually it doesn't work like that. Usually you do get a pullback, and sometimes you go all the way back to the previous week high, like to 102 or 100, that would be the right place on a pullback. If we close higher, the right place to buy would be the previous week high there for a pullback. That would be the right place. That would be a deep pullback, huh? It would be a very deep pullback. But basically that pivot there, and in the context of the volume, it's basically coming back for another test of this range value area high. So if we can close up above there, that would be nice. It'd be really nice. Then I'm not expecting it to just go. I mean, you never know, it might, but I'm not expecting it. I'd expect it to come all the way back down for a test here before we can actually start going up properly, you know, like a proper going up. And in the context of this triangle, that's what it would look like. Fake out to the top, fake out to the bottom, but actually you're going higher. Yeah, so you get really bearish at the top, like a little breakout of this trend line, all the way back down. Oh my god, what's going on? I thought it was bullish. Actually it's now we're just collapsing. We're going down, fake out, break out this bottom of the triangle, but actually you're just coming back to test this previous week high there and the value area high one more time, probably, and then that's where you're kind of looking to launch from. That for me makes a lot more sense, but it depends on us closing now above the weekly close, above previous week high. So that's kind of where I'm at now, right now. If this plays out, I would love it. I would love it. I'd be really happy. Yeah, nicely volatile, but actually strong weekly close, and then all the way back down to the previous week high, previous week high, for a nice test, and then find support here again off the range var, and then we've got lift off. That's kind of where you want to lift off from if you want to go up. It gets really bearish before it becomes really bullish, and that's kind of what I'm thinking right now, just looking at the price action. And it's only one idea. There could be different ways this could work out. So fake out with strong close, fake down and up. That's what I'm going to call it. Put the triangle in there. Other than that, let me just kind of have a look at the volume while I'm here. Just this kind of range here. No real changes, so that's good. There's a little bit of volume input up here. You can see there's a little bit of selling here. This is selling and buying, but it's not just buying, it's also selling. And that could be good in the future, but at the moment it's actually we're putting a little bit of bearish volume here because people are selling into these highs. You can tell. So we do need a strong close, and then we probably do need to come back down and test. And so this is kind of where I'm at now. Yeah. Or a variation of that. I don't expect it to just go up. Like, I know people feel that because the price is going up, it's going to go up. But what you're looking at is a corrective move, not an impulsive move. And with corrective moves, when the price goes up, it's not impulsive, it's still corrective. All of this is corrective. None of this, even though it feels impulsive, it's not impulsive, it's corrective. The whole thing is corrective. We moved. We had the impulse. The impulse started here and it ended probably here, actually, at the top, just looking at it. Maybe 1 2 3 4 5 4 5. Yeah, that was it. That was your impulse, huh? It's not easy to count when you're in an impulsive move, but 1 there. It's kind of like that, wasn't it? It was like a 1 2 3 4 5 there. That was your impulse. Yeah, impulse. That was an impulsive move. This is corrective. This whole thing is corrective. It's like a flat correction. I'm coming to the end. Hopefully up here. Then we can come down here for a test. Something like that. And then you can impulse again. Now, the other thing is that while a lot of people are expecting the moon, yeah, the moon, everyone's thinking about the moon, yeah. I'm still not on that page. I'm just still not there because nothing's changed at the moment, as far as I can tell, regarding what I need to see for higher prices, and that is a clean test of the previous all-time high, which we haven't had. Yeah, it's just not a feasible. It's just not something that I've ever you'd ever expect. That being said, here we didn't backtest there, did we? Just went up. Price did eventually come down for a test, but it did go up and up and up and up like that. So Bitcoin does have the capability of doing that with the right market conditions, the right circumstances. Just looking at these weekly candles though, I'm just looking at the candles, yeah. Every single one of these candles was a bullish continuation candle. And this was a bullish corrective pattern here with continue, like we haven't experienced that. That's the thing. We haven't experienced that kind of, and that's why it's really important to see how we close today. This is potentially the breakout from the previous all-time high, and then we're in this kind of the first consolidation after the breakout. Yeah, and when you compare it to the previous market, this is the first consolidation. This was a really bullish consolidation because you put in higher lows. It was only there for 3 weeks and you had a clean break. Yeah, you had a very clean break. And remember what I said, you see here, that was a lower close, and you see what happened. The price went down first. It went down first. And so that's why I'm interested to see what happens here. Where we close is really important. In this context, I don't expect us to close above the all-time high, but I do think if this is the beginning of continuation, then we have to close above the previous week high. So be keeping an eye on that. Otherwise, you know, you could go down again all the way down to here first, one more time before we launch off, if the price wants to launch off. It's hard to know, but I'm not seeing the same thing. And the other thing that kind of makes me think differently is it kind of like hugged this moving average before it kind of really launched, and we haven't really done that. We haven't really hugged it. We hugged it a little bit here. There's some things that are different that kind of you want to see that are different, you know. It's kind of when it hugs these big moving averages and it finds support that you kind of get this push off, and you're not quite seeing that just yet. And so I don't know if we're ready to go up just yet, so we have to see what happens. There's a few things that make me still cautious. Oops, shit, what do I do? About Bitcoin, actually. And also because everyone is really bullish. So obviously when everyone is really bullish, I often kind of get a little bit worried. And you can see that there's bullish absorption in this range. You know? You can see it. There's bullish absorption. Let me have a look at these indicators. Yeah, we're getting some kind of bullish divergence here. There's some bullish divergences here forming. So potentially there is another move up. Right now we're kind of overbought in these lower time frames. Overbought. See? It's overbought. So anyway, so we kind of have to see what happens, right? I wouldn't mind a close above this weekly high. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Let's see if we close above there. If we don't, I'm kind of thinking down, actually, just because I know the context of what's happening. Every single person who owns Bitcoin is in profit. Even the latecomers are in profit. So you can't ignore that. You just can't ignore that. Even people who came late are in profit. Yeah, greed is what holds them on. But ultimately, everyone's in profit, so everyone can take profit right now and walk away feeling good about themselves, yeah? Every single person. So that's kind of why I'm a little bit hesitant about higher prices, just because I like the volume and I like where we are. So technically it should go up. I'd like to see a strong close. Otherwise, you could end up with a red week, but still have a nice strong close, or that's kind of what would be required to go up if we close lower. And so I think it'll be quite stuck. It'll be quite stuck here. You kind of need to be stuck, and you just need to put a higher low on the weekly time frame and close with a red candle there, basically. Still closing above that level, like a little kind of red hammer. And then we could probably go up. Probably. So if we don't close higher this week, then I think next week is probably not going to go up. We'll probably be stuck here for another week, and then the next week we'll have a chance to go up, as long as we don't have a weak close, which would be just a red candle just closing right back at the low of this candle. That'd be a really weak close, and then the next move up people will sell into. They won't actually buy for continuation. So you kind of want like a higher low here next week with a red candle with a wick, and you just want to see that the value area high offers strong support. Just price can't get back under for 2 weeks in a row above the value area high. That would be pretty good. That's a real indication of acceptance on a higher time frame, maybe with volume as well. Then we could go up. But I mean, let's just see, because if today closes above the previous week high, then maybe we can go up next week. So there's a lot of things that could happen. So let's just see what happens. There are these resistance channels which are quite good, which I've marked out. They're just clone channels, and they seem to be, the price seems to be respecting them as, so the price isn't going in straight lines, it's kind of moving in waves, and it seems to be respecting these resistance channel. It's just food for thought, like if you're interested. So obviously if it goes up now, I'm not expecting it to just go up. I'm expecting it to kind of find resistance. It's basically where we're at now. There's nothing really more to say. Let's just have a look at the order flow to see if there's anything new. Now we're back. Now we're getting some bullish divergences here. See that? Before we were getting bearish divergence, someone shorted, they got squeezed. Now we're getting bullish divergences. So the price is being absorbed here. We're above the VWAP, the price is being absorbed, lower CVD, higher lows on the price. It's kind of what you want to see, just continued absorption. Let's see if the price can absorb the price all the way to the weekly high. And that's kind of what we're looking for right now. Let me have a look at, so my biggest kind of like, let's have a look at Solana quickly. It's dropping, isn't it? Now bullish engulfing 12-hour red candle pull back. Solana's looking quite good actually. Kind of slurf. I could slurf here. Right. I'll come back to these. So what I've been looking at is ETH BTC in quite depth, and I did a video on ETH BTC. I think the most important chart is at the moment is this chart, ETH BTC. Yeah. And for reasons I've explained in the past, I'm just going to go over those reasons again. And effectively, what you have is a multi-year range or price action from the beginning of ETH to the current date, and we've got this higher time frame. It's one of these. I'm going to just draw it again. Right. We've got the higher time frame volume, and what you can see now just looking at this volume is that we're at the point of control. Yeah, so in the whole of ETH BTC's price action, we've actually finally come back to the point of control. Last time we were there, it was back in March 21, last bull market. That was the liftoff point. Now we've come back for a test. The last time we came back for a test like this, we were coming down like this. You see that? That was after, that wasn't during the bull market, that was during a bear market. We've come back for a test during a bull market. So this is quite a unique situation because we're in a bull market and we've come back for a test. In the past, in the previous bull markets, it was going up. It just went through it, and the test was here. You see, it came for a test. This was in the bull market right at the end, and you had a big explosive move. So the circumstances are slightly different here. I think possibly that we are in a very similar situation to here. That's what I think. I think we're in a very similar situation, and we're getting like a three-wave move here, or maybe five if you include the top. Maybe if you include that top bit, it's like a 5-wave. Maybe we've got something here, something similar here. See that? Something similar. This is much steeper, but we've got something similar coming down into some kind of support zone. Now, both are very similar in this sense that we had this kind of area of support in the middle of the way that was lost. So it took a while to get through that area. See that? Very similar in that sense too. So we've kind of come down all the way from the peak there. That peak was put in January 18. This was put in November 21, kind of at the end of that bull market, at the end of this bull market. So where it began to drop was the end of the last bull market in a sense. And so here we are now. And so I've been comparing these two kind of areas of interest keenly. And last week, I wanted us to close above this previous weekly low. We didn't, we closed lower. Okay, so it obviously, ETH wasn't, alt season wasn't ready. We weren't ready for alt season. And I'd like to see how we close this week too. Now, I'm not too worried about this pivot at the moment. I'm more worried about this weekly candle here. I think for all intents purposes, it's going to be a good close, because if we close red, then we're probably going down again. If we close green, there's a chance that we actually just go down a little bit and go up. Okay. So we have to see how we close right now. A red close, you could probably get another swing failure of these lows one more time. Yeah, where if you have a quick green close, you could, I think worst case scenario, you could swing failure this green candle. But you're probably looking for a higher low down there. That's kind of what I'm thinking, depending on how we close. So for all intents and purposes, this at the moment, it looks quite good. And on the lower time frame, it's looking quite good, isn't it? It's looking like a little bit of a reversal forming here on the 3-day time frame, ready to kind of get out of here. That's what it's looking like. I don't know if I'm expecting this to suddenly do this rather than do that. Like, for me, that makes more sense to come right back up to here. And it isn't looking too bad. And what you look is, when you look at this point of control, you see how the price has found support off the point of control. We're finding support here. So this is kind of the price finding support here, i.e. ETH is no longer dropping against BTC. It's finding support, and it's very similar situation to that other place that I was talking about, which is down here. That was your first test. This last one, we put a higher low here. You see how it did try to get out, and it did come back. You see how it was trying to get out? It went up, and it did come back before it went up. So I'm not sure if that's going to happen again. That took a few weeks. So that took a few weeks to do that. And in that circumstance, let me go to the different time frames. After we hit it the second time, we were there for 3-day candles. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You kind of need a full-on, you need a bullish engulfing here to get out of here, I think. I mean, we're probably if we go up, we'll probably come back down for a launch like that. Probably something very similar, to be honest with you. If that's how this is going to play out, just comparing these two situations. You have a doji, then you have a green candle. It goes up and up and up, and then drops, and then that drop is the beginning of what we're looking for. We haven't had that drop yet, so we're kind of into the first doji. This is a 3-day candle, so we've got that doji, or two at the moment, or spinning tops, aren't they? This is actually quite a bullish one, because it's this 3-day candle closed higher than the previous 3-day candle, and this green candle closed into above 50% of the previous 3-day candle body. So it's like a piercing candle. This one, if this is green, this is a full reversal, and then this next candle could nicely go up to the top there. Maybe that's what happens. Maybe then hit some kind of resistance there for a drop, and actually that's your buy. Something very similar to this. Down 3 days, bam, 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 liquidate, liquidate, liquidate. You took the lows, that's your swing failure. But what actually, when you look at the weekly time frame, oops, this is the weekly time frame. Are we in the first week? So we're just in the first week after hitting it the second time. See that? Basically this candle here. And I don't know about February yet. That was 23rd of December. We're somewhere here. So there is one more drop that we have to look forward to. All right, let me just compare it with ETH, actually. Altcoin Dreaming, welcome. How's it going? I haven't streamed for a few days, so you're like, whoa, what's he doing? He's back. I've been here. I've just been taking a little bit of a break, to be honest with you. Now I'm just going over my ETH, trying to time this all season perfectly. Let me just get rid of this data. This one, get rid of these brush strokes. Okay. 3-day chart, yep. Let me, while I'm here, I'll just pour a tea as well. So I'm going to be online until weekly close. I'll be online for another 3 hours. Not going anywhere. I want to see how the weekly closes. Quite interesting. So we're just going to be chilling a little bit. So far my theory hasn't proved wrong so far. So that's why I'm still entertaining it until I'm proven wrong. Let me just pull this out. Done this the wrong way around. Why have I done it this way? I want ETH BTC on this side. And then this side I want ETH. That's better. Okay. Get rid of this stuff. Right. Yeah, because that's where I've been drawing. Okay. So on the 3-day chart, don't have all the data here either, do I? Maybe I should use a different chart actually. Where's my other ETH chart? It's up here. There, it's better. Does that go far? Yeah. Perfect. And actually, just for the sake of curiosity, I'm going to put a volume profile here as well. Yeah, it doesn't show me anything interesting, so I'll get rid of it. So this is where we were before. Let's have a look at there again. We're on the 3-day time frame now, so I just want to zoom in. So this is quite interesting. So ETH USD didn't actually drop when this dropped, when the price here dropped. This dropped, but it didn't actually take the lows. It was just like a pullback before it continued. So this is the beginning. Here, where we are now, this is the beginning. If this is correct, if we have just put in this doji and we're about to expand up here, I mean, the price can come here, but it doesn't take out the lows. We should put in higher lows now, all the way there on this 3-day time frame. The lows are all higher, almost, apart from that little bit there, apart from this little bit here. And so this could be the best entry in this context, but actually it should be higher than where we are now in terms of price. So the price should be where we are now against USD, should be lower than when we go up here and drop for another entry. It's like a compounding entry in a sense. Obviously there's a take profit there for a compound here. That would be like a take profit there for a compound there, in this context. And so if we're at this doji now, which is where we are now, I think this doji is where we are now, this 3-day time frame. Let me bring it to our current price action. There. So we're in the second candle after the doji. We've had the first doji, the second doji. We've gone flat 3 candles in a row. 3 3-day candles. We've gone flat. The price has gone flat. Let me have a look at this. Yeah, the price here went flat, huh? It was pretty flat. Look at that. We're basically here on this green candle here. And when I'm looking at ETH here, the ETH price is pretty flat, huh? It was pretty flat. And it kind of just stepped up. And it's only after it kind of got to there that it actually started to, we have a little rally. It's pretty flat here. So it still went down, but I mean, it was, how much is the range? 8%. 8%. %, 8%, 7%. It's about the same, huh? I feel like this is where we are. The next move is going to be a step up. Like that. And then we'll be here. And then here. And then that's when it starts. That's when it begins. Then we get this kind of zip to all-time high. You feel like a breakout. And this will zip up for a big fucking fake out. for the mega fake out. The mega, it will kill everyone. So I still think we're okay here, honestly. Like, I'm looking at this and looking at the price action. It's basically doing exactly the same thing before it broke out. There's no real differences. Target it's still the golden pocket here. I'm looking at this, I'm thinking the low is here on ETH BTC. I'm thinking the low is in, just simply because of what I'm looking at, these candles here. You've got this doge, this spinning top, this red spinning top, it closed higher. This next one, this green one, was a piercing one, so it closed higher than 50% of the previous candle body. And this next one, if it's green, it will be a continuation for a reversal. And then the next one should probably be a big kind of push up here into that resistance. On the USD chart, just I don't know if we're going to come back to these prices, because if that does that, then this is probably going to be in the next bracket. Probably it'll be up here, up there. It'll be like that. So you'll get a pullback for sure, and it'll be like this. It'll be like a V-shaped recovery here. That's a V. Take the high for a 50% pullback. That makes perfect sense in relation to this. This last ETH BTC could be a swing failure, or it could just be a high low. It doesn't really matter. I think in the previous bull market it was a swing failure, but actually this ETH BTC, this ETH USD chart should just come to test the neckline here. So it shouldn't really come down to these lows here from where the price is now. It shouldn't. If this is correct, it'll be like this for a higher low here, and then that bottom. This is a proper bottom. Then you've got like a little double bottom off the point of control, and then you start getting some bullish reversal candles here, and then this is just going to fly. It's just going to go up and up and up, break out. There's no reason that won't be a big take profit. It'll be a breakout. I think it'll just smash through. The big take profit will be the all-time high. I think that's probably what's going to happen. Probably, like, for me, that's like the most probable outcome based on what I'm seeing now, unless we see some serious weakness here and this changes, so it doesn't actually replicate what I'm seeing in the previous price action. Jupiter had a big pump today. What is Jupiter? You mean the moon? Sorry, the moon, the planet. Mujahid, the ETH will always be chart. I don't look, right at this stage. I'm not really fussed about Bitcoin, to be honest with you. I think we're probably going to take out the all-time high. That's the most. I don't see why we wouldn't. Yeah, I think we're going to hit another all-time high. I think that's probably when ETH will pump, probably, and then we'll have a really nice mini alt season, probably. I think that's kind of where I'm at right now, and we're on track as far as I can see. This has gone flat. This is kind of turning. The next one should be an up. Based on what I'm seeing here, this would be an up. And then that will be a V-shaped recovery, wouldn't it? Because you've gone from lower low, lower high, lower low, higher high. We take out that higher high. That's a higher high. The next one will be a higher low. That will be 50%, probably this neckline, which is also when ETH BTC comes to backtest some kind of point of control there. And then it's hold support, and then it's up. That, for me, this makes perfect sense. And it really correlates to what I'm seeing, or what I was seeing here. Oh shit, it's gone all the way back. I don't want to do reset, goes all the way back. How do I do it like this? Okay. To this, it kind of correlates to this. Where this was flat, did the same thing. It went up. You had a little. It wasn't a V-shaped recovery so much here, was it? It just grinded up. But once you got into that daily level was key. Then you had the pullback. It came back to the neckline. I think it was 50%. Let me have a look. perfectly came back to 50%. See that? Just a shade above it, but it doesn't matter. It was a 50% pullback. Oh, actually, I've done it the wrong way around. So if I do it this way, it'll be a lot easier to see. It was a shade above 50%. It couldn't close under the 382, but that would, for me, that would be the target. So you're basically pushing up and then you're coming back to 50%. So not from where we are now. Where we are now, we are at 50%. So another move up. I think we are at 50% where we are now. Just looking at this price action here. Maybe we're down here. I'm not 100% because maybe we're here or here. Let's have a look. Yeah, we are at 50% right now. To take out that high, we'll be at 50%, see? So basically what I'm suggesting is we go up to the daily level there. I don't know if we take out that high. I think we should to be a V shape, but in the previous example that I was showing, we didn't. Yeah, we didn't take out that high. So you can't guarantee that. As long as this follows, ETH goes up all the way up to the daily level. I don't think we go down though. I think we go up. I'm not thinking it'd be really weird to just go down now because we have found support. It looks like we found support. I don't even think we need to go down for a liquidity grab, to be honest with you. I think the price just can't go down because so many people have been buying. Like the whole market's been buying ETH. Like you don't really need liquidity now. You just need people to continue buying. It's actually quite illiquid to the upside. So it doesn't require much more volume to take the price up, which is why I think we probably just go up. Yeah, it's not the impulsive move that it will look impulsive. I don't even know if any of this is going to be the impulsive move. Maybe all of this, the whole thing is just some kind of impulsive corrective. Yeah, potentially. It's probably look impulsive. Maybe it's just going to be like 3 waves, not like some kind of 5-wave move. And maybe people are going to be looking at this and thinking it's the first of 5 waves. And I certainly am not. I'll be looking at this and thinking it's going to end and not push up. So that makes sense to me. We go up to about 3,700 and pull all the way back to 3,300 to go all the way, and then we'll go to the all-time high in one kind of push up. And then we basically crypto as a whole will top out where ETH BTC finds the golden pocket here. I think that is exit, in my opinion, for the whole of crypto until we get that capitulation. And that probably will be when ETH takes the all-time high and rejects. It'll be really bullish at the highs. It'll be really bullish here, but probably it will just get a failed auction and we'll get a big dump or a kind of like a first dump and then be bullish and then dump and then whatever you get. Like it'll be probably more like that in a short space of time, very short space of time, very quick. It'll probably be like bam, bam, bam. It'll probably be like that. Down, down, down. It'll look really bearish. Capitulation. Whatever. People will be like, what the fuck happened? Everyone will be in shock. Crypto will be in tears. That'll be the buy of the century. This kind of this drop, this final capitulation will be the actual explosive move that people actually were waiting for, but they got the timing wrong because they're just going based on previous Bitcoin models. I'm still on this page. I'm not thinking any differently at all because I'm just comparing it. And for the time being, while this continues, I've got my guide. I've got this. This is my guide. And so effectively, nothing's changed. I'm still looking for ETH to go up right now, exactly the way I've described. And if it doesn't, then I have to reevaluate. Okay, but at the moment it's doing what I'm kind of expecting it. In this context, ETH BTC in the previous period, assuming we are here in the second one here, the USD price kept on going up, and that was your exit there, the golden pocket. It took a bit of time, huh? It took a week or two to top out, huh? So it's not going to just happen. It'll take a little bit of time. When you compare that with ETH at the same period, you see, this is interesting. You don't exit into as you go into it, because that, oh yeah, you probably do. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, you see that big fuck off green 3-day candle that goes into it. That's your top. The end of that 3-day candle was your top. It tried to go higher here, but actually the USD price topped out, so it just kind of ranged for a bit, and then you got the drop, the first drop here, and then the second drop, and then the second drop here, the first drop and the second drop here was the buy at the end of the drop. So you kind of have to wait for these candles to close first. You can't just catch it. It's probably better to just wait for these higher time frame candles to close before, and you see it even went a bit lower on the USD price. It actually went lower after the drop. So it didn't just, there's no point, there's no need to catch that. Actually, just looking at what, based on what I'm looking at now, there's absolutely no need to catch this. You can just let it capitulate and then let it take the lows. Basically, it's basically what I'm seeing here. Let it capitulate and let it take the lows, and that's kind of what you want to see. When that happens, this will be you see, according to this, it wasn't even at the best entry here, wasn't the golden pocket. The golden pocket here, when it was finding support of the golden pocket here, you'd get a later entry. The best entry was after this almost hit the golden pocket, and then it just came afterwards. And it was the first bounce after it hit the golden pocket, or in this case it front run the golden pocket. That was the best entry on this. We'll have to compare it at the time and not panic and try and see if we have a replication of this kind of price action. Okay, so I'm kind of looking at this in depth. I think we're at a place now where if the USD price should just go up. It's pretty hard because you kind of want it to go up really quickly, and it's not. It's just grinding up, isn't it? And some of the altcoins are just going fucking down, aren't they? Let's have a look. So the altcoins aren't behaving, are they? They're not really doing much. Oh, fuck, Solana. Oh, it's dropped big time. Oh my god, what's going on with Solana? That sucks. Let me have a look at my slurf position. I get stopped out. Oh, two. Why is Slurf and Solana pulling back so much? Let's have a look. That's not good. Ah, it's not good. because of Ether. Bitcoin just pulled back, huh? Let's have a look. Lost the VWAP. So that bearish divergence was playing out and the bullish divergence was not bullish. No liquidations. It's interesting, it's moving, it's moving all of a sudden. All of a sudden BTC has been not moving and then just all of a sudden it moves. Not much, to be honest with you. It's Solana that's moving. Fuck, I know. Solana's like really moving to the downside. So anyway, based on my theory, so we're still in this range as bullish CVD, but this has become a little bit illiquid right now. Weekend illiquidity. Based on my theory, this should we should be at the bottom. Let's see what happens. I think we have to see how this closes today. I think I want this 3-day candle to be green. Let me have a look at this daily candle. It's hard to tell these daily candles because at the moment this is okay. You've got this bullish engulfing, this nice bullish engulfing. The price has come to basically to fill the gap here, which is okay, which is normal. This bullish engulfing is still valid as a bullish idea. But now the next kind of thing that we want to see, obviously, is this to go back up and push up. Let me have a look at the 2-day candle. Yeah, the 2-day is going to close in 2 hours. The 2-day it's good. If it closes green, it's good, like green. Yeah, but it's not a piercing. Yeah? If it was piercing, that would be a reversal. This still requires another green candle to go up. The next one needs to close higher in the next 2 days. So that's the problem here. But that's like the beginning of reversal. You probably do expect it to go at least to the top there one more time, and hopefully not reject. But the 3-day looks a bit better because you actually have a piercing candle and it closed above that low twice, 2 candles in a row. If this one is green, but that's going to close in 1 day and 3 hours, so we still have time on that candle, so it's still not over yet. And obviously with this weekly candle, I want to see how this closes. So it's a tricky one because if you close if you close like that, you could still go down there, and that's the problem with these candles. That's the problem. Like with this red candle now, if the weekly closes like that, next week you could end up with a red candle like that. So it's still not over. And so the timing is really difficult. I think we're close, but we might not still be there. We might not still be there. We just have to see how these close right now. I think I want to see that as a green, weekly green. Let me go back in time and see what it was like before. It was green. Green, 2 green weeks, red, and then green after that first red. I think I want to see this green. If it's not green, I won't be too content about that, to be honest with you. It'd be slightly different, and I'd be looking for the next, maybe next week would be the first screen week then, and we might be ahead of schedule. Don't know why Solana's selling off, and Sui's been selling off as well. There's been a lot of big sell-offs on the let's have a look at ETH. Fidelity has pulled out or not? Look, we're just sitting underneath the point of control. 4 hour. Just need to put a higher low here. And we're good. So the price actually just needs to stop here. Huh? That's a 2 hour bearish engulfing. Huh? So we had that before. Huh? We had that before, and no, we didn't. Not recently. Get rid of these. Doesn't look like it's finding support here, is it? Looks like a head and shoulders pattern actually. Doesn't look good, huh? This doesn't look good. Could we break down and hit 2220 here on Solana? If we break down on Solana, that means everything's breaking down, isn't it? It's just waiting. Well, I think BTC is a piece of shit at the moment. But usually when BTC is a piece of shit, you get the altcoins start to move, huh? And they start, but it's not, the altcoins have actually been bleeding. Some of them been bleeding or feeling really weak and shaky. So I don't know. I haven't experienced this, so I don't know. I don't think anyone has actually. A lot of people think it's the same as before. It's obviously not the same as before. Obviously not. I don't think anyone's experienced what we're experiencing now, where BTC just keeps on pumping and the whole of altcoin market's been annihilated, and you get 1 or 2 altcoins which are in all-time highs, and then everything else is basically struggling to hold its gains, just right back to the lows. It's we're in a very unusual place. Everyone's expecting ETH to pump. ETH based on what I'm seeing, ETH should pump. But you know, we suddenly just get these kind of mini sell-offs on Solana. Look, increasing volume, sell, sell. Market sells, huh? Just market, bam, bam, market sell. Maybe because it closed like that, bearish engulfing on the 15-minute, on the underneath this point of control, and then someone just market sold, sold, sold. Now you're getting some buy volume, but does that correlate to ETH? Maybe a little bit. Look, ETH is selling off here as well. That's not looking very bullish, is it? I'm just looking at all the altcoins now to see the whole market is selling off, huh? Just like that, for no reason. Literally, BTC is going nowhere. It's just stuck. It's too bigger. Things are very different. Yes, it's hard to predict. I like to predict. I don't know. I feel like we should go up if it replicates before, but I think everything's going to have to do. We have to see what weekly close is like. I can't tell. I think I want to see weekly close. Like I was thinking, BTC really needs to go up and close higher. And if I don't get the close that I want on this weekly time frame, I will get bearish for the next couple of weeks, to be honest with you. At least for the next week, I'll be bearish. I'll just wait and see. I think I'm probably just waiting to see that ETH BTC give me the right setup, the right kind of thing that I want to see here, the strength that I need here. It would be very easy for this to be a red candle, and then for the next week ETH BTC to be a bullish engulfing. Yeah. So if this week we ended up with a red weekly candle here, yeah, and then next week was a bullish engulfing on this candle, you could just enter. You could just that's all you need really, a bullish engulfing weekly candle here, yeah, at the point of control. We've had one bullish engulfing. We've had bullish engulfing in the past, and they faked. That one faked out, but this is the right place because you're at the point of control. And you don't have to wait for a week. You can just wait for a reversal here. Now, this 3-day, if this next 3-day candle closes green, for me, that is the reversal. But that doesn't close until tomorrow. So it's hard to know if this is the reversal until tomorrow. Okay, that has to be green. So we've got 1 day and 3 hours to go on that candle to see how it plays out. And then on this daily time frame, we have our bullish engulfing. So you have an invalidation, basically. You just don't want the price to come underneath here, underneath this low. Yeah. Effectively. As long as it doesn't, this could do whatever and still go up. Like that's the candle that's controlling the price. This bullish engulfing candle. So as far as I can tell, this is trying to bottom out. And then once it does, it goes up. And then once it goes up, it means the whole of crypto is going up. In this context, everything goes up. If ETH BTC goes up, let's see if this kind of is just putting in a higher low here, and then we just kind of ping right back up. It's 9:30 now. I mean, it looks pretty miserable. If we break down here, then this would be don't know. That wouldn't be good. It's a weekend of week, huh? Oh, a week end of week. That would be really bearish. Huh? I think we want to see a strong end of week, not a weak one. Personally, I think you want to see a strong one. Let's have a look. Could it go all the way down to here? No, Solana just sells off and then can't tell. Usually Steph shows a bit of strength when it kind of leads a little bit. It has been leading recently. And yesterday, actually, just looking at yesterday's candle, it wasn't bullish, was it? It wasn't bullish. It was a bullish green candle, but it closed again. It closed lower than the previous high. And today, if that's red, and if tomorrow is red, then we're going down, right back down to there. And actually, that red candle doesn't look good either. You kind of want green ones to push up. Those selling Sol or Trump cash outs. The majority of them traded on dexes. They need Sol at that time. That sucks. So we just have to be patient, I think. See if this plays out. The Sol's looking weak again. It was looking good, huh? Earlier it was looking quite good. Everything was looking good for a while. And then just this last 4-hour close and everything's looking shit. Even Link was looking good. It looked like it was looking to go up. It still is. But I have a few open positions. I'm just scaling back a little bit. The ones that are in profit. Give me a second. Oh, Solana is really selling off. That's not good. Solana, welcome. So anyway, I just want to see what happens here on ETH BTC. What's it looking like now? It's going down a bit. Can't really tell. I can't tell from lower time frame. I need to see the higher time frame weekly close actually. So at the moment, I'm not crazy about this candle, to be honest with you. It's decreasing prices, decreasing volume. So it's not crazy bearish, but we have closed lower technically. And if it stays the way it is now, it's a lower close. And you're probably still going down, huh? You're probably still going down to the bottom of the wick, probably, in this context. And let me have a look at the daily one. That being said, the daily looks okay, huh? Doesn't look too bad, but it doesn't look strong or weak. It looks like indecision. You've got this bullish engulfing that's controlling the price at the moment, but the way these things play out, you could go all the way down and visit the lows one more time for a test. So it's not 100% that this might not be it. It still might want to go down, huh? For a test, and then we have to see what happens. Yeah? So we're just trying to see if we can time the top, huh? Getting a little sell off here. 4 hour, 2 hour, 1 hour. Yeah. Don't really know. Just have to see. Just to see how it plays out. I think Bitcoin is all right. Let's have a look at Bitcoin. What's that? 15 minutes. Let's have a look at the order flow. Some longs coming in here. Look at that. That was a big short close there. 1.4 million. That was that. Now you've got a bit of longs coming in here. It's a lot of volume at the lows here. You see the session point of control is right at the bottom here. See that? There's a lot of volume at the bottom here. So it's not terribly bearish, to be honest with you, but we are underneath the VWAP. If it gets back above the VWAP, it'll just go back up. So we have to see if that plays out. Look, we've come to find support on daily open. So that's probably why that short closed, because they were shorting down to daily open. So we have to see how this plays out now on this. Yeah, so I'm quite interested to see how ETH, if we can bottom out here. This is, at the moment, we're having a little sell off here. See that? And coming back to the point of control again. Oh, you found the gem. There's no such thing as gems. They're all shit coins. What is it called? T3A1. I don't believe you. I've had so many people try and tell me this is good, this is bad, they're all shit. There's no good coins. The only good coin is Bitcoin. It's the only one that goes up. The rest is just, we're just trying to actually make more Bitcoin, aren't we? We're trying to, or USD. USD is probably the best coin. It doesn't go down or up. Let's have a look at it. I'm just joking. T3. Yeah. Can't tell. These are gambles. They're all gambles. I've stopped gambling. Huh? I was gambling a little bit and just trying out these small coins. I just clear them out and put them into my high conviction coins. Not that they're doing well either. Right now, everything's kind of pulling back just because we have a little kind of shaky shake. Let's see how that plays out. I don't like this, this token. Look, I'm not seeing strength at the moment at all. I'm seeing quite a lot of weakness, actually. Quite a lot of selling. Look at those selling tails. These are selling tails. Just tells me that every time the price goes up, people are selling. Yeah, kind of want to see more. And we've lost the point of control. The volume's low, but we lost the point of control. So everyone's underwater now. So they're kind of feeling the pressure. What should they do? Should they just kind of cut their losses or just hold on? It's kind of like playing Russian roulette here, isn't it? Everyone's like thinking, what should I do? I've been buying this and I'm underwater. What should I do? Should I just wait and hope it goes up, or should I just quickly cut my losses because we're at a good place where I could cut my losses? That's where the price of this token is right now. Yeah. Is it a good buy opportunity? It could be, but again, you just want to see a little bit of strength, which you're not seeing right now. It's just constant weakness, right? Once you see a little bit of strength, you can start buying. Yeah. Otherwise, you don't know how long this downtrend is going to go for, do you? Could it just continue? Could that be the beginning of a big downtrend to lower prices? Who knows? So I'd be very careful right now until you see. The reason why I'm not really too bothered about altcoins right now, or even Bitcoin, is because I need ETH BTC to bottom out, and for me to be sure that it's bottomed out. Then you can max leverage everything to the max and don't even think about it, because for the next 4 weeks or whatever, once that bottoms out, we're going up based on historic evidence. We're going up, 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 and up. Yeah, based on historic evidence. This isn't looking good. I think this wants to pull back. We're getting an end of week weakness, not strength, weakness. It's not good. I don't like weakness. It's hard to buy weakness. You can't really buy weakness, you know. Weakness is weakness. You have to sell weakness and you buy strength. That's just the rule, yeah. And it's starting to look, again, it's starting to look weaker. Look at that. ETH is just nothing. There's like literally no strength in ETH. And that tells me that this hasn't bottomed out. Yeah, this hasn't bottomed out, has it? That's basically where we're at. And we'll know because once ETH BTC bottoms out, yeah, all the shit coins will pump. I promise you. For a short period of time, every single coin will pump. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what it is. Just don't hold on to them after you've made your gains. Yeah, and I think that's, if that's like I've been in crypto for a while. A recent lesson that I've been learning is don't hold on to the shit coins when you're making money. Yeah, bring them to one of the bigger ones. Don't hold on to them. They just give back their gains too quickly. You know, it's not. Look at Trump coin even now. You know, they just give back all their gains. You know, the problem is the market. Once it's buying, everyone buys, but once you start selling, everyone sells. And the way they set that their selling is more aggressive than the buying. You have to be careful. Like at the moment, we're at that stage where the selling has been more aggressive than the buying. You get short periods of time where you get aggressive buying, but overall the selling seems to be more aggressive, and that causes that causes the price to plummet significantly, you know. I just want this to bottom out. I think once this bottoms out, like properly bottoms out, and in this context, there's a little bit of a kind of triangle here, isn't there? We're at a good place because we're above the points of control in some kind of triangle. You kind of want it to do this, huh? Next. And do this. And then start working its way out. And just kind of like no longer at the bottom. We've just bottomed out. That's kind of what you want to see. The minute it starts going up like that and getting back above that pivot, this is ETH BTC. Yeah. All your coins are going to be pumping. Every single coin is going to be going up. So that's all that we're waiting for, really. I don't think you can look at all these tokens and you're thinking, where is the bottom? Like Solana, where's the bottom? Whatever. Is it a good time to buy? This is actually really bad. Solana is showing crazy weakness now. Really bad. Little trend line that it's lost. Terrible, huh? Not good. Just got stopped out. Yeah, you just got to be really careful. And that's all I've been saying. I've been saying that like in the Discord, I thought we'd be a bit more pumpy, and we haven't been. I thought that by Bitcoin consolidating above the value area high, all coins would pump a little bit better, a little bit more. They haven't been, and so this is definitely not it. We're not ready because altcoins haven't been showing strength. I thought that see, this is kind of where we are right now. I thought that because we had a really nice test of the value area. Where is it? Where's my market is stagnating? Yeah. Have I deleted my volume? Hope not. Where's my Trump pump volume things? So you see, we had the test there. That was good. And then it pumped and pulled back, and we kind of been flat. I thought that would be a good for the market, just to go flat when Bitcoin goes flat. Usually it's pretty good for the market, usually. But the market's been struggling, huh? It's still struggling. A lot of these altcoins are in crazy downtrends, and the downtrends continue. Bitcoin's showing strength. Altcoins are not. Really, they're not. Like, even the good ones are not. And so I don't have an answer. Then you've got all of this kind of like Trump buying altcoins. That hasn't really made any much difference. And actually Bitcoin, you'd think this is good, huh? You think, look, we're above the range value area high. We're consolidating here underneath the all-time high. You'd think that's quite bullish. But so why are altcoins bleeding so badly? I don't quite understand that. So we haven't bottomed out, and I just can't tell. Like, I mean, you can buy your favorite altcoins, but you have to take profit. You just have to take profit. Now, that's what I've been saying. You just got to take profit and cut your losses and just be patient until ETH totally, completely and utterly bottoms out against Bitcoin, because it hasn't done so. It just hasn't. And so last week I wasn't impressed with the weekly close, and this week, look what's happened. It's just kind of gone sideways. And when you look at ETH, it's just gone sideways. It's gone up and down, but it's been stuck in a range for the whole week, hasn't it? It hasn't been moving at all. Yeah, there's opportunities to make money, but the problem is there's also opportunities to make losses. And you can be like, the thing is, this is going sideways, ETH is going sideways, so if you bought ETH, you're probably fine. But then if you buy something else, I mean, there have been some strong coins, but most of them have been weak. Most of them, when I look at a lot of these coins, maybe AVAX is the exception. No, Dtravel, look how weak it is. It's come back to the VWAP. It should be a good place to buy, but it's been really weak. There's no interest. That's what I'm getting from the market. Just really not much interest in in the altcoins. And I think the reason why is because ETH isn't pumping against Bitcoin. I think people, once they see ETH pump, they're gonna start buying their altcoins again, and then you'll start getting a real pump. Yeah, and so it's really like, what do you do? Are you shorting here? Are you longing? Are you buying? Are you selling? You can't really do anything. You're just, if anything, you're waiting for the edges to buy, or the edges to short. But right now we're not even at the edges. We're like fucking dead center. So what do? Do you buy or sell? This is a hard one because we're actually stuck underneath the point of control. So how are we gonna move up if we can't even get above the point of control? See what I'm saying? So we're not even putting higher lows here. We just took out that previous low and almost equal lows there. Really bearish, huh? So that's why the altcoins are struggling, because ETH is actually struggling, and there's really no other way to explain it. Solana is looking terrible now, huh? It's looking really bad, and the all-time highs, you've got this kind of pennant forming, and it looks like it wants to break down. That looks pretty bad, huh? So in this context, the best entry for Solana is going to be 220, which I've already done this, worked it out. About 220. I think about 220. Why did I say 220? Probably because of this point of control here and this kind of 50 fib area, and it's also kind of back testing these highs here. I think that's kind of the area that I'm thinking on Solana. You could arguably you could say lower, but also when you're just looking at if this does break down, maybe that's what we see first. Yeah, a little bit of breakdown on Solana. Back to the point of control here. So you can't get above the value area high, so it's pretty bearish, huh? How is that going to reflect on that? If Solana is about to break down, yeah, that means, I think that probably means the whole of crypto is about to break down, to be honest with you. That's the kind of vibe that I'm getting at the moment. Don't like to talk about it, but I like to be bullish. But if Solana is actually looking to kind of show real weakness here, and rather than go up, in this context, what you wanted it to do was get back above 260 and go up like that. That's what you wanted. That would have been strong. This at the moment is inverse strong. It's weak, huh? And looking at Slurf now, it's following. Slurf is following, isn't it? Yeah, that's not looking good. Look, Slurf doesn't look good now, is it? Looks like a rejection. What's that? ENA. Let me look at ENA. It's kind of, I think it's possible that he does next week. Starts talking about crypto, getting people excited. Yeah, we're not ready. I don't think we're ready yet. Let's have a look at ETH BTC, because that's really, for me, quite an important gauge as to seeing where we're going. So here it's back at the point of control. So I mean, you arguably would say this is a good place for the price to find support. It doesn't look strong here though. It looks quite weak. So now it's looking like this could go down first. Yeah, I saw that too. If they're going to lower gas fees or whatever, I don't know. That kind of makes people bullish and they buy, and then you get this sell-off. Look at this volume. So I think people are a little bit panicked here. Look, ETH is actually, we finally got a buying tail here, but it's probably nothing because we're getting weakness on Solana. Let's have a look at that. I mean, for all intents and purposes, that's just range bound, and like we've still got 2 hours to go. You could get a recovery very quickly, you know, on all of these coins. Slurf as well. Well, Slurf looks terrible. Slurf actually just took out the low there, so we've actually changed market structure here to bearish there in that 1 hour time frame. Have you? Yeah, or on a lower time frame. Lower high. That was a higher high. That's look good there. Look at that. That looks terrible. That looks like you've rejected from the point of control and you're breaking down. It's hard. You wouldn't just buy that. That's the thing. So you just have to be patient and let it settle. All right. Anything else? I wanted to have a look at TRVL, but like there's a bit of action here, so that's why I'm just kind of looking at it, seeing if anything is going on. Let's have a look at this. Lost the session point of control. Finding resistance there. See that? It's not looking good at all. It's like we're getting an end of week sell-off. It's surprisingly though, BTC hasn't really gone down that much, but it's shaking the whole market, isn't it? The whole market is being shook up by BTC. Just by showing a little bit of weakness. You see that? BTC is shaking. I'm looking at all my altcoins and I'm seeing they're all dropping. And it's amazing because a lot of them are just extremely low and they're like still dropping. They pumped and then they dumped. So there's your first buying tail there. Look, little buying tail there on Bitcoin. Has this bottomed out on this session? Let's have a look. some shorts. Look at those shorts coming in. Short, 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 short. That's because we lost daily open and we flipped it into resistance. You see that? That's why there's shorts coming in. So yeah, so I'm back to my kind of like what I'm looking at, what I want to see with ETH BTC. That's really all I care about at the moment. I want to see this bottom out, and I think what you're looking for is the first sign of strength. I'm not really interested. Like, I'll try and catch the low on some alts and I'll get invalidated. I'll get stopped out. Okay, because a lot of alts just keep on giving up their gains. You're trying to catch the low because you're expecting this to bottom out, and it's just trying to time it. But realistically speaking, we're going to know when we just get out of here like this, something like this. Now it could quite easily drop to do that. You know, like it could quite easily take the lows and then come back up. But really, what you, in this context, what you're looking for is just to kind of get back above that neckline. I think that would be, it would take strength to do that. And you can see that's an SR flip. So once you're back above that SR flip, you've had a failed auction at the point of control. That's your sign of strength. And then I think you could probably long all your alts to your heart's content. Not even think about it. Probably that would be the signal that I'm looking for in this context. And then it doesn't really matter where you catch your alts then, because once this bottoms out, probably all your alts have bottomed out too. Probably, yeah. So you're looking at your alts and you're thinking, when's a good time to enter my alts? When's the low? Is it close? Could be, but not while this hasn't bottomed out. Unfortunately. And what you're going to get is you're going to get people who are like waiting for alt season, and they're preempting it because they're seeing on X and everything, everyone's talking about, oh my god, this is going to be parabolic, we're going to have alt season soon. So they're starting to kind of leverage and to take positions, and then they're getting shook out. And that's actually what's probably depressing the price on all our coins, probably. So probably what we're experiencing is that people are like building some crazy leverage positions like on Slurf, because they're expecting a mega breakout of sorts, or Solana or something like that. Like people are thinking Solana is going to go up to millions or whatever, I don't know, $400, and so they're building these crazy higher time frame leverage positions, and the market is just shaking these people out. Basically the market makers are probably doing this. That's what I probably suspect. It usually is. It's usually the market makers. So in terms of the timing, I think that's why my eye is close is why I'm really focused on this. Like, it is a good place to buy ETH against BTC. It's like the best place. It's the point of control, but at the same time, it's range bound, and it's just going to be shaking people. All of this is just shake. And maybe if maybe the right place to buy alts is going to be when this comes down to here, and if it can put in a higher low, but then you could also find resistance there, type thing. Yeah. And so even though technically you could say this is the right place because it's a point of control, what's been happening is it's actually in a kind of higher time frame, medium time frame triangle type structure, and it's going from edge to edge. And the thing about these things is they could break down, though. They could break down for continuation. We want it to go up, but it could break down. %100% could break down. And that's something maybe that people aren't contemplating. So we are, there's literally nothing you can do until you see strength here. Can't do anything. I don't think we are, but I mean, I'm just waiting to see what happens. Okay, I'm waiting for the weekly close to see how we close. I'm honestly, I'm not crazy about that close. It's weak, isn't it? It's not a strong close. If that's how we close, because effectively what you've done is let's get rid of these so they're out of the way. You've closed underneath this previous week low, and you've found this has been ranging underneath that week low for a week. That's pretty weak, huh? You're finding acceptance underneath that level. Yeah, that's not, so you kind of have to get back above. Otherwise that level starts acting as resistance. And then in this context, could you go lower? Of course we could go lower. Like, just because I think we could be close to a bottom, we could actually continue going lower. So let me just have a look at his monthly time frame candles. You see on the monthly time frame, the second time we came down, we actually put in a higher low here, whereas here we're into a lower low. That was a higher low. That was when it actually reversed. Let's see, how much lower could we go? I want to go lower. It's hard to tell because we're at the golden pocket. Do we lose the golden pocket just to come back above it? That could take months at this rate. If we don't reverse now, basically this end of this month, we don't close above that level in this monthly time frame, then this could take a while. It's not as straightforward. And then when you have this kind of failed auction here, next week basically we'd have to have a green candle, and it has to close above this week, and that would be your bullish engulfing effectively. That would be your sign of strength. If this week closes the way it is, then next week effectively what we have to do is either put a swing failure at the lows here or a higher low, one or the other. It'll be easy to see because usually with a higher low, the price goes down and it comes back up without taking the lows, or if it goes down and it takes the lows, then you have a swing failure. But then you still have to end up with a green candle closing above the previous week high there for a bullish engulfing. Otherwise, you need another week. You need 2 weeks. You need another green week here, and then another green week. The next green week would be to close higher than that weekly high, the current weekly high. And so we literally, you might as well not do anything and just wait for that to happen, because once this bottoms out here, if it bottoms out, then we have a really nice trade to the golden pocket there, and it should be quite quick. Look at that. So ETH is just giving up everything. Like, look, it's just collapsing off the point of control down. It's a shamer. It could have been good, but that's why our altcoins. So anyone's like thinking to themselves, why is my altcoin weak? Well, it's because look at ETH. ETH is weak, and nothing is immune. Like, people are thinking, oh, well, Solana is immune, or whatever. My altcoins are special. I've got special altcoins. Absolutely not. They're all shit. Fundamentally, what happens is that all your altcoins are crap. Yeah. That's the truth. None of them are good. None of them are actually that strong. Yeah, the only strong one at the moment is Bitcoin. Of course it's strong. You've got like BlackRock and countries buying Bitcoin. You know, that's why it's so strong. Like there's WDYM, my altcoins are crap. They're all crap, dude. All the altcoins are shit. My coin is shit. Like, it's a hard one because you want your coin to be good, and I've in touch with my coin, the community. I am the community, or part of the community. It's not good. It's still not good. It's actually probably better than the market right now, because look, it hasn't moved, whereas the market is selling off, and this is just going sideways. But it did move. It has moved. It pre-moved. It moved before the market moved. Ultimately, what you want for a strong coin is a community who are more passionate about the coin than anything else. That would make a strong coin, because then every dip becomes a buying opportunity. And I don't think there's any coin except Bitcoin that has that kind of community. I honestly don't think so. I think none of these coins, even these so-called meme coins, are all shit. I think they're all shit. You don't have the community. None of them have the community. Some of them have real utility. Like Link has real utility, doesn't it? And so they're undervalued in a sense. So you've got these undervalued coins. But ultimately, when it comes to these coins, it's the community which keeps the price up, because they see every dip as a buying opportunity, because they need more for reasons that utility in these ecosystems hasn't give them. So like, even any of these coins, I haven't staked them, I haven't done anything with them, I'm not part of the communities, I don't know what they do even most of the time. And ultimately, there's no way for me to increase my wealth in a lucrative way, which is why I'm not interested. And I think that's what really interests people, is how to increase their wealth quickly. And I think that's why a lot of these coins are shit. A lot of it's speculation for a future promise. But fundamentally, a lot of people buy these coins because they just want to make money and then sell them. They're not really interested in the projects themselves. And then sometimes when you do get interested, the projects end up scamming you anyway, don't they? Like Zeph, that was a bit of a scam, wasn't it? I sold my Zephyr. It's probably gone up. No. But it's no point, because should have sold it when it was pumping. You don't know, you don't know how far it's going to pump. You don't know if this is actually going to be good. But the communities sell. That's the thing. Who's selling these coins? It's the community. They're giving it, or traders. They're not interested. They just want to make a little bit of money and move on to the next coin. And the communities don't have enough conviction to hold, and so it was exploited. Well, there you go. XRP, yeah, maybe XRP, but even that is a bit of shit. Is it a scam? Well, no, I don't think it was a scam. I just think what Altcoin Dreaming says, it was exploited, and so you lose confidence. The community loses confidence, and then they start selling the coin, and then you end up with bearish charts. And it's hard to fix that. It's hard to fix bearish charts. It's not easy to fix. When you had an impulsive move and you've come down and you've taken out the low, then what do? There's nothing you can do, huh? You just have to wait then. You just have to wait. The way they handle the exploit wasn't good. A lot of these projects, they don't really know how to handle it. Like, what was the other one that I did an analysis on? Feg. Look at that. Like, what do? You can't do anything. No one would have known that was going to do that. I think I bought $1,000. I just sold it as soon as I could, because it was closed on the exchange for like a week. As soon as I could, it was like $300. I just sold it. Fuck it. Why would you buy that? There's no way you could buy that. ever. That coin is fucked. Pretty much fucked. Unfortunately, there's no easy way to say that, huh? But it really is. That coin. Well done. Huh? That coin is fucked, huh? Feg is fucked. You can't fix these coins when you get these kind of, they're not capitulations because of over leveraged traders, and it's just the market finding a new balance, finding the right place to. This coin is, just because of this token, this chart, this coin is now fucked. I think they probably need to relaunch their token. It'd be very hard to buy this now. Look at the volume, increasing volume. There's they shouldn't have launched on this chart. It's been very difficult. And I think a lot of people, what they're doing, if they haven't sold, because they've lost, because they're really underwater, they've put in too much money. That's why you shouldn't put in that much money into these tokens. Not much more money than you can afford to lose, at least, because this could happen. If the price does end up coming back up, most people who are in Feg will sell. So it will just do that. There's no way that anyone who's stuck in this range is gonna not sell if this comes up. And so I would argue that this is now fucked for the rest of this bull market. Even if we do get an explosive move, I don't think this is going to have one, because people will just sell into that. You'll get too much sell pressure. You won't get enough volume to push through all of the trap liquidity that's in these higher ranges. In that sense, I honestly sold it. I didn't sell it high, dude. I just closed my position because it was pointless. I didn't feel confident about it. Only like 2 days ago. Just one of these green candles, I sold it. I don't know exactly when it was. I didn't sell it after it dropped. I didn't sell it yesterday. So I think it was this second green candle before it went up higher. I just sold all of it, yeah. But I think I picked it up somewhere here. So there was still a loss, huh? It was probably about 25% loss. I bought Slurf instead. I bought Slurf. I'm more bullish on Slurf than any of these shit tokens, to be honest with you. Just simply because of the way Slurf came to existence, and it's a different kind of, like, for me, Slurf is a different kind of chart than these chart. Like, it's just a meme coin, isn't it? But at the end of the day, meme coins are about communities, and communities is what increases the price in the context of a bull run. Yeah. So when Bitcoin starts running in the future, I think it's more highly like the probability is high that something like Slurf is going to really go crazy, just because the community has grown around the original launch, and the amount of exchanges it's on, and the liquidity that it's got access to, and because it's quite a low market cap Solana meme in the context of its existence. It's like 80 million or something like that, and I think it's kind of bottoming out, or bottomed out, or trying to bottom out. Like, when I look at it, this is a much better coin, much better token than all those shit tokens, and the volume is good too. When you're looking at the technicals of this token on Bybit derivatives, which has almost all the data, you can see the point of controls at the low. You can see it's in the value area. You can see it's come off the value area low many times and held. So arguably, technically, this is not a bad place to accumulate this token. And if and when Bitcoin does start to go, like, alt season begins, then you could see really high prices really quickly on a token like this. Yeah, very different. It has the volume, and it also, don't forget, it's a Solana meme coin. And so if all eyes go on Slurf for a short period of time, you could get a massive amount of volume coming in from all of the other meme coins. That's usually what happens. So usually what happens is if this suddenly starts to break out and explode, and you can't predict that, so you can't just like, it's hard to trade it and hold a position for forever, because you don't know if this is the bottom or not. No one truly knows. And you could argue that it is and just take a leverage position and put your invalidation there and see what happens. You could do that. That might be the bottom. It might not be. We don't know that. But let's just assume that it isn't. It is. Sorry. And if you do get like a crazy alt season, then you could get a rotation of capital into this, something like this. That's why I'm interested in it, you know. And because there's it doesn't have a working website. Have they taken it down? That looks okay. Still okay, huh? Was it working? I just think when I'm looking at a lot of these other altcoins, I'm just thinking to myself, just logically, a meme coin like this probably has the highest chance of pumping to high numbers than all of these other coins. Like even if Zeph was to pump, where's the liquidity is going to come? Where is it going to come from? The community would have to, you need to know where the liquidity is going to come from. So I can understand like QuantX, because that's a tier 1, right? So I do QuantX. I'm interested in QuantX. I have a nice position. Oh, it's dropped as well. Oh, fuck me. Look at that. I've got a trade plan for QuantX, by the way. I posted it on Discord, just if anyone is interested. Oh, you can't see anything. Oh, wrong screen. Where's my Discord? Sorry, give me a second. There. So look, QuantX buy the dip trade plan. I wrote it's not a prediction, but that's the place that I'm looking for by the end of the month. For a crab, actually, it's the value area high backtest golden pocket, with kind of like an anchored VWAP from this low that's riding up as well. So it's not a prediction, but actually that tells me that this is actually going to drop, which means that all our altcoins are probably going to drop if that plays out. But it's not a prediction. But look, right now it looks like it looks like again, it wasn't a prediction, but it's hard to know. It's hard to know. Look, that's a big sell. But the point that I was making is that I understand where the liquidity can come from in a layer 1, because it's a layer 1. And so obviously when you got this kind of developers and businesses and other tokens trying to cross-chain or whatever, trying to develop, then that's where the liquidity comes from, effectively from the rest of the market. But not just traders trying to speculate, you know. And I understand where liquidity can come from on meme coins, because why does Trump pump to billions and billions of dollars? Because it's coming from Solana and it's coming from the other meme coins very quickly. But I struggle to that's like one of the things which I like with TRVL. It's a struggle for me because I don't know where the liquidity is going to come from, or any one of these other coins which I've been looking at, especially if they're not on Bybit derivatives. And so that's usually why I just stick, my best performing coins are the ones which are on Bybit derivatives, like Athena or whatever, or any one of the ones that are the big ones that are on Bybit, these bigger ones which are on Bybit or Binance derivatives, because it makes sense. I know where the liquidity is coming from. It's coming from the rest of the market. And so when a coin pumps, it can really pump because the whole market suddenly jumps on board and pumps your token, doesn't it? Okay, so you've got to be really careful with these shit coins. because there's only a short period of time in the market where those shit coins are going to really explode. And the problem is, until that time comes, a lot of them are in crazy downtrends, and that I'm scared of the downtrends. So let me just give you an example. If I can find one here. No, because I deleted them. They're like CBY. Look at that. Shit, I sold this. Didn't buy back in. It pumped, but I didn't buy back in. And you get these pumps, but look at it. So it's just not worth it. There's no liquidity. The volume is low. No one is interested. You get this pump, and it pumps quite nicely. 200%. You have to sell. You can't hold on to these small coins. When you get like a 200% pump on one of these small coins, you have to sell it. There's no interest to take it to accumulate this coin, because at the end of the day, if you accumulate this coin, you're not going to get rich, except in that short period of time when we see alt season, and we don't know when that's going to happen. We think it's going to happen relatively soon. But again, I've said, I think we're probably going to look at a capitulation event before we see alt season anytime soon. We'll see a fake one. I don't know if all these shit coins are going to pump in the fake alt season, to be honest with you. And the problem is you have a crazy downtrends. Although in this context, on the daily time frame, it's going up. Let's have a look at that. Look at that. Look at that downtrend. Look at the moving average. Look how it just keeps, and now the price is back underneath it. The next time it'll be lower high. The next time it'll be lower high. And then guess what's going to happen? Bam. That's the problem. You need a lot of volume and higher prices to turn these downtrends. Effectively now, to turn this channel, you need more volume. You need to go up like that, and then you have a chance. And so one of the reasons why I'm a bit kind of like, I was a bit disappointed with TRVL, and that's why I haven't really talked about it much, because I don't want to kind of spread bad vibes about my project. When I say my project, I don't own it, but the one that I'm interested in. The good thing about TRVL is, because we've gone up and down a few times, the higher time frame trend is actually quite flat. Yeah, you see this the weekly moving average 50 moving, it's pretty flat, isn't it? So it's problematic, because if you stay down here for a long period of time, it's now starting to come down again. After it's come down, it's gone flat, it could start coming down again. It's really problematic. And so this is there for a lot of these small tokens. And the problem is, a lot of these tokens, we haven't had an alt season, so we've not been able to turn the trend. And specifically, we've not been able to turn the trend against Bitcoin or ETH. So this is against Bitcoin. And let me delete this, these brush strokes. So you can see here against Bitcoin, we've been like on this crazy downtrend because we haven't had an alt season. So a lot of these altcoins are in just this really terrible downtrends against Bitcoin, and the momentum is down. And you see here this 15 weekly moving average against Bitcoin. Look, every single time it was unable to turn the trend. See that? Here, 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 here. Like every single time it's just been pushing down. Arguably, if we can turn the trend, you could make a shit ton of money. Arguably, yeah, because you're going from wherever we are now to the all-time high. That's a 10,000% increase in value, 10,000% just against Bitcoin. Yeah. So if you catch the bottom, one of these tokens, and the trend changes, you're rich, because that's a 10,000% increase against Bitcoin just to get back to the all-time high, which is doable. Why not? But in the context of these downtrends, is you have to get back above these moving averages, find support, and then you have a chance to go up. And a lot of these altcoins are not going to do that. So even TRVL, there's an existential crisis, because this could be bullish. It could be a quadruple bottom, but it could also be like some kind of capitulation triangle, you know. So it could be a quadruple bottom, which would require us to just bottom out here and pump and then go higher. It's not likely unless we do get a crazy alt season and that comes out of nowhere. You'd have to flip to do. You'd have to do that. This is the problem, because even if you do get to higher prices, the problem is the reaccumulation. If this manages to go back up to 14 cents, because of the historic nature of price action, it's more likely than not it doesn't hold and it just comes right back down again. And actually that becomes worse than just going down, because it's a big swing failure and then the next target is the all-time low, and then that's your capitulation. It's really bad. That would be really terrible price action. So it's better to stick with the strong coins, the slightly larger cap ones, which have uptrends. It's probably better to stick with them. Probably. I think you got to be careful. Now, I'm only interested in Slurf because of the reasons I gave with regards to the liquidity. I understand where the liquidity is going to come from. Tara, I don't know. I've never looked at it. I don't think I have anyway. I just right now when I'm looking at the altcoin market, I just think everything is shit. I'm not like, I don't think you should sell at a loss. If you have spot, you can just hold on and just wait and just don't even think about it. But I just think it's really hard to look at altcoins right now, because any analysis that I do, nothing's going to matter until ETH bottoms out against BTC. Is this the one, Taraxa? I mean, it does look good, huh? We've actually gone up today, huh? I don't know what the volume's like. The volume looks pretty low. I don't know what 25 million represents in terms of USD volume. $470 again. It's quite low volume, low market cap. So yeah, there's potential there for it to grow, and at least the good thing about like a token like this is at least you don't have a downtrend. You know, you've got pretty kind of flat, sideways moving trends, haven't you? It's pretty flat on the higher time frame. There's no downtrend here. It's just kind of going up and down. Now, if you somehow lose these lows, then it becomes really ugly, doesn't it? And after launch, effectively, you've got a similar problem to TRVL in a way. You've got the launch price here, which is acting as resistance. See that? That's launch on KuCoin. KuCoin launch. See that? It's acting as resistance. And so that's kind of the same problem that TRVL has, because the exchange launch price on TRVL was 9 cents, and that's been acting as resistance. This has actually managed to get above it once, twice, a little bit, but actually what you can see is that this is your big level, and until it crosses that and flips that into support, you're in the bottom part of this range. And if it can't do that, and at the moment you can see it's kind of fallen underneath this weekly 50 moving average, if it can't get back above it, and you see, that's what happens. And actually, look, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but you've had a rejection from a big level, and you've fallen underneath this pivot, and you've fallen underneath this big moving average. So actually, this is, even though today's looking quite nice, a little bit of up volume, it's not actually strong. It's just kind of consolidating here. I wouldn't call that strong. I would say this is just a little bit of consolidation here. And the question is, I mean, if you don't lose this low here, which it hasn't yet, I think the minute you have a daily close underneath this low, then this is going down. So that's your, this one single candle, this big single candle, this weekly candle, see this one? At the moment, that's holding the range. So it's range bound in that range. You just don't want to lose the range to the bottom, to the downside. You lose the range to the downside. That's not a buy opportunity. That's losing the range. The buy opportunity would be to lose the range and get back into the range. That's the buy opportunity. To get back into the range would be the buy opportunity in that context. Yeah, losing the range would not be, oh my God, this is it. I can buy it cheaper, because you've just lost the range, which is basically that candle, which is what's holding. You can see it's holding the price at the moment. Rejected from the top, rejected from the bottom. So, and right now we're coming right back into the middle. Yeah, so there's no buying or selling here. It's just a range bound price action, and we're just on that candle. But potentially there's possibility here for it to reject here because of that pivot there and kind of fall right back down, and then you could be in trouble, because then actually it's going to be right back down there. It's right back down there. That might be a great opportunity to buy, but then you're only taking it to that big resistance, and that's always going to be that resistance is always going to be in the way until it gets flipped, just based on what I'm looking at it now. So again, these tokens have issues, because they're not bullish. None of them are. This isn't a bullish token. This is bearish, because you put in lows and you're putting in lower highs. See that? Lower highs, lower lows. It's not the higher time frame. It's not bullish. You've got to be careful with these tokens. I think my view has changed a little bit on a lot of things, just because this bull market has been very different to the past, and you just got to be careful. Got to be very careful now, because I think a lot of people are moon boys and moon boyish, and they're just saying we're going to go to the moon. And for me, this right now, what I'm looking at this, I'm looking at everything, and I'm actually just thinking to myself, probably the best bet for a bull market for me is actually Slurf. Actually, right now, I'm thinking Slurf is probably the best bet, the safest bet. Like I can easily see a meme coin like this bottom out, which is what it's trying to do. I don't know if this is the bottom. It could always go and take the low for a big swing, failure. But ultimately, if this bottoms out, when this Slurf bottoms out, then it will just go up with Solana, probably. I think that's probably what's going to happen, more likely than not. And then if you do get a crazy kind of crypto pump, then the chances are extremely high that you have a flow of liquidity into Slurf from the rest of Solana, and that's really what I'm interested in. And so a lot of meme coins have that capability to do that, but a lot of meme coins are already pumped, and so actually this is probably the only one that hasn't pumped, that has access to the liquidity, and it has a fair use case in the sense that all the tokens are in distribution. Yeah, and actually the community are a bit kind of passionate too. It might not be ever growing, but they're quite kind of convinced about their thesis. I don't know if it's going to go up, to be honest with you, anytime soon. So it's still a long hold, but I think in terms of all the coins that I've seen, this is one of the better ones. And if it goes down, well, I mean it could go down, you know. I'm just kind of contemplating it. Would you just buy more? Because that's weakness, isn't it? Slurf token. I don't know. Would you buy more? What's the market cap now? Look, the market cap is $81 million. And in the context of the Trump token, Melania, some of these other tokens, Dog with Hat, Myro, Spark coin, all these other shit coins, right? That's really quite low market cap. So it wouldn't be hard to pump this if the volume actually started to shift. And just looking at the way Trump pumped, the Trump token pumped, and where did that volume came from? It came from all the other meme coins, effectively. That's where the volume came from. This actually volume is not too bad. It's about 11%, so $9 million a year. Every 24 hours. It says it's down 40%. I think it's okay, you know. I think it's I've got a, I'm not shilling it, but I do have a big position. I'm just waiting to see if my theory plays off. I do trade it on perps, on perpetuals. That's really where I'm trading it. Just a 4-hour bearish engulfing candle. It's looking pretty miserable, huh? So right now it's not looking like an easy buy. But I've noticed that there's quite a lot of strength in this token. So it's linked to Solana in a very weird indirect way, whereas a lot of the other meme coins aren't. They've all pumped and they're in their own kind of weird correction. Have a look. looks stronger than Solana, to be honest with you, doesn't it? Down 3.4%, down 3.2%. It actually looks stronger than Solana. Let's have a look at this volume here. Lost the point of control. Probably heading down to somewhere down here. We got a really good area for buying here at about 15.4 cents. You've got the value area low, you've got this higher time frame point of control, you've got this anchored VWAP. It's kind of down here in the lows. Probably if and when Solana hits 220. So I am actually thinking that we might get a big pullback across the board. Let's see Bitcoin now. What time is it? It's 10:44 UK time. Let's have a look. See, ETH BTC, that was the key, isn't it? That point of control. BTC, let's look at it. It's just range bound, huh? The whole thing is range bound. But I think ETH did reject, huh? It did reject from there, and it's dropped. Just have a look at something on my phone, honey. So I think on ETH, I want to see something. So I'm just looking at this. We've taken the liquidity from these lows, which is good. And I think what I want to see now is a 4-hour close above the previous 4-hour candle, that green candle there. I think if I see that with a liquidity take of these lows, then I'll be still thinking up. Just because we had a really strong rejection. That was the liquidity grab there. It's not far up for a close. You just need a 4-hour close above this low here. We're almost there, huh? So basically it has to close here, just above here at 3305. I think in that context I'll be thinking up then, and that's because that was a poor rejection from the point of control. It took liquidity and it closed higher than the previous candle close. That's kind of what I'm thinking with ETH, and then this would just look okay. It'll be okay. And because what I'm looking at is on ETH BTC, we've come back into the point of control here. So that's really key. And so again, I said, you know, this is where we are. Look, see, point of control. It's fine. We're finding support. And so even though it looks a little bit bearish, it's not. It usually looks bearish before it's bullish, doesn't it? But this is the situation of where we're at now. We just have to wait for strength here. At the moment, this is showing strength in the sense that it's holding the point of control. ETH looked a bit shakier, and it looks like it's trying to find a little bit of support here. Looks like it. So let's see how the 4-hour closes. This 1 hour is going to be a green candle. The next one needs to be a green candle, basically. So when you have a green candle here, the next one has to be a green candle, because that yellow line that I drew is where it needs to close out, close above next for this 4-hour candle to print. Yeah, if it doesn't, it'll be a lower close, and then you're probably going down lower. And then looking at Solana, I mean, it may not break down. I mean, these triangles, just ignore it. What you're experiencing with something like Solana is a head and shoulders pattern, and you've played out. You have a neckline there, and you've come maybe here to put in a higher low, maybe. So it is possible that this isn't breaking down. It's just trying to put in a higher low here, exactly the same way it's done it every single time. Just putting in some higher lows here, and you're still actually trying to go up. We're still trying to go up. We don't know yet, but obviously if we suddenly take out these lows here, then there's no longer a higher low, is it? Then it really will break down. So I think that triangle thing, I would ignore it, to be honest with you. What's more important here is that we just put in a higher low. It may happen, huh? Like we might have a strong close at the end. I'm banking on a strong close. I'm still thinking about ETH going up, you know, like I'm still thinking about my my idea of on ETH BTC, but we have to look at the weekly candle and see whether we. So I'm going to be here. I mean, this isn't the end, is it? That could go either way. That candle can go either way. It could go up with a green one, or it could go down with another red one, and it could just, and then the next red one, if it closes lower than there next week, then we're going down for sure. Or if it closes higher, then the next one's probably going to be a green, and we're going up. So there's lots of we're at a really important area of the charts. I think the first clue here is going to be the 3-day candle that closes tomorrow night, because that will close tomorrow. Then we'll know. I think that's going to be the clue. And then there's no other candle that I can see. So this 2-day one is closing. I mean, arguably you could say another green one here is actually quite good, huh? But this one wasn't piercing. So I would have, if that was piercing, I would say, yeah, if that was green, then we're going up. But because it's not piercing, I wouldn't say that. I'd say actually we're not sure yet. We're not there yet to decide. Let me see if I see any other candles. Yeah, it's hard to know exactly. Let's see, ETH has just dropped right back down. See that? So that's kind of where we need to close above. What's the time now? We've got 8 minutes to go before this 1 hour close. I wanted to do some analysis on Bitcoin. Let's see if there's any divergences or anything like that. Oh, a big short just entered now, huh? It's a big short. On Bitcoin. Oh yeah, really bearish divergence on Bitcoin. Not bullish at all. Higher CVD. Higher CVD, lower prices. It's not bullish at all. Look at that. Tried to go up. CVD went up. Price lower highs. That's why someone shorted. Did they create single prints? No. Back into the session point of control. So the volume is at the low of this session. Look at bit. Let me have a look at Bitcoin. I really, honestly, if we close like this, which we're going to close like this, I hate that weekly candle. I really do. I hate it. I think it's really bearish. I think it's mega bearish because it's a bullish candle which takes the all-time high and closes lower than the previous week high. It's really, like, for me, that's a really bearish candle. You'd sell that candle, basically. You wouldn't buy it, you'd sell it. It's like this one here, look. See that one? See this candle here? Let me show you. Just to give you context of what I'm looking at. See that? It took the high by a fraction, closed lower than the previous week high. See that? Then it went down, 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 down for 4 weeks in a row. Bam. This is slightly different because you're on a kind of a little uptrend, aren't you? It is possible that we go up. But I think before we go up, we'd have to first find support here, like shut on a weekly time frame. You kind of want to come back down to the bottom here and put a higher low here, somewhere here, like back to 100k, and find support somewhere there. And then we can go up. That will be not next week, the week after next, based on what I'm seeing here. So you still go down, but you're not having a crazy sell-off like we did this time. This was terrible. So it was like a bearish engulfing week after a swing failure on a weekly basis. Okay, we've got the swing failure similar to this, but the minute you get a bearish engulfing, that would be a weekly close underneath this week. Then it's sayonara crypto. So a weekly close underneath 99,431, it's sayonara crypto. That will be next week. That's basically, you have to hold that as you basically have to just close above there, so you don't get a bearish engulfing in this context. This didn't have a wick, so it was a lot harder to hold. So when you have a wick, it's a lot easier to hold. So, and if you do want to hold a higher low here next week, it's probably going to go all the way down to here, and you're going to get a slightly higher low into that wick. Slightly, it would be about 100k. Yeah, and everyone be really bearish here. If the price dropped now to 100k, like, this is looking really bad. Look, that looks, for me, that looks really bad. It's like a bearish engulfing on Bitcoin. I think at this rate, you're probably going to end up with a 220 Solana, because that at the moment, that's not, you can't really buy that. It's difficult to buy that, huh? 4-hour time frame. Look at that, closing lower here potentially. So yeah, so maybe actually shorting was the right answer. Just thinking, should I short? I don't like to just short, but what do you guys think? I'm here alone. I'm just thinking. I mean, I don't think it's just going to break down. Yeah, like it never, the price never goes in straight lines. Initially, I was thinking this, but it's doing the complete opposite. That would have been for higher prices, and we'd have to close up there. So this is completely wrong. So I mean, you could potentially find support, and then there. That's your target. Huh? You'll get quite, and I think the danger there is that you won't actually find support there, and you're not going to find support there because there's nothing there. Let me just have a look at this volume and try and figure this out. Probably back to the golden pocket, sorry, the point of control. So this is the thing, if we have a breakdown now, it's hard to predict breakdowns because we haven't even lost the range value area high, which is really where the price needs to find support, because we found support once already there. But this structure is actually looking really bearish. You see that? And we've taken out that, we've lost the low there. It's looking really bearish now, isn't it? So we're getting some weakness here. What's the 4-hour candle look? Oh look, it looks really, 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 really bearish. That's shaking out the whole of crypto. Crypto is going to be pulling back like there's no tomorrow. Just having a look at my phone. Sorry guys, give me a second. A big end of week sell-off, huh? Very weak close. So definitely not bullish. Definitely not bullish. No way. No way is that bullish. Doesn't mean it's going to just go down, but you've got really bearish situation now on BTC. Look, let's see where the volume area here is. Let's see where the volume area. So you're basically coming, the nearest support is actually right down here at the value area low, or the range value area high. So I don't even know if I would care about this triangle. You just have to find support here. And that, like I was saying, I don't want a weekly close underneath this level here. If we do break down though, then the point of control is the right place to buy. because that is still, that trade plan is still in play. I think. It's just above the golden pocket. And then what you'd want to do, what you want to see is a reaction and you basically have to get back up to the range of a, you don't want to reject off the bottom. It won't just go up in a straight line. Be like this first, and then probably like that. That's kind of what you want to see. Yeah. So we have to see what happens there. It's like we got two areas. I think the first area will be, I don't see why the range value area high should not hold support in the first instance, but we have to, I think that's kind of the area. And then if not, we're going down to there. And then as long as we don't close underneath that line that I said next week, we should be fine. Yeah, it's kind of exactly the same idea. Wow. Bit of a weekend, huh? A week ends to the week. It's a shame. You could see it, huh? Because like Slurf and Solana were like, look, Solana is down $2 or $3 since I looked at it a minute ago. See that? So we're getting this big sell-off here. That's a bearish engulfing. I guess you could say we saw it coming because there was a bearish engulfing there, and then that's a continuation of the first bearish engulfing. And it's crazy because it looks bullish before it doesn't. That was your bearish engulfing there, wasn't it? And it couldn't take the highs. That was your clue, huh? That was our clue. We just need we need something in reverse now. We need a bullish engulfings. They're the ones we need in reverse on all of these. On all of these. I do wonder if we go down all the way down to 3K on ETH. Let's just have a look at ETH BTC. Where's that at? It's holding, huh? It's just holding. Look, it's just holding. So right now, ETH and BTC are going down at the same rate, the same speed. So I think Slurf is good at about here. Maybe that's when we bottom out, huh? When Slurf is back at the point of control. There is a little bit of rhythm to the way the markets kind of, they all go kind of together a little bit. So let's just see. Let me just update this. Because I think when Slurf is bottoming out, finding support, that probably means there's a lot of other things finding support. Sometimes it's easier to see it on tokens like this, because you have to be bullish for it to go up. It can't be bearish. Where's the volume? What's that trend line? Nope. So we had that trend line from before which found support. At the moment it's lower. It's all the way down at the value area low. Delete this stuff. Delete all of this. See, I think I should just get rid of everything, to be honest with you. That's what I wanted. Let's get rid of these. Right, it's a little bit better. I feel better. Right, we're just going to have to wait for this to reverse. It shouldn't be too difficult to see, but I think we have to focus on the higher time frame analysis, and not too much on the lower time frame. This is clearly not over. It's clearly not bottomed out, and so that's kind of just, I think what we have to do now, it's not really easy to predict, but we have to see how this monthly, I think if this monthly, this is the thing as well, like with ETH BTC, if you close lower on the monthly, that's a bad close. If you close higher than there and lower than there, you still have to kind of, the next candle still has to close above there, and then, like, I don't know if we're going to replicate the price action from the last time that I was looking at it, because at the moment I'm not seeing what I need to see to make me confident about this. We do have to close above that previous month low, otherwise there's no way we're just going to get out of this. 2 months, 2 big months before it dropped. February, March, about February, March. When was that? December. It came down in December, up in February. Let's have a look. Came down in December. Up in February. January up. February up. Can't see anything. That gives me any kind of indication that we're finished. 10 days. That was good. That 10-day close was good. Look at that. 10-day close was good. Swing failure here. 20 days, 20 days at the lows, in and out. So that's your first 10 days. Another 10 days in and out. That's so we got another 2 weeks. 2 weeks before we get out of here. That's what I'm thinking. Based on what I'm seeing now, we've got another 2 weeks before we get out of here. Based on these candles. Because you've got one coming in, 2 at the lows, and then 1 out. That's what this was. 1 in, 2 at the lows, and then 1 out. That's when you actually got out. It started the 11th of January. Let's have a look. Yeah, it was a bit higher. The actual low was put here on the first 10 days. The first 10-day candle. That was when the low was put in here. See? So that's in this candle closes in 4 days' time. This one closes in 4 days' time. I mean, in 4 days you could put the low in based on where this closes. I think I want to see it close higher. So maybe one more down. Oh my God, look at that. It's just big sell-off, huh? Look at Solana. Oof. Yikes. Crazy. Well, I don't necessarily think we're going to go down on daily close. We'll probably go back up. Why would they wouldn't just sell after it's been selling? They'd buy a Asia session. You think you just buy it? You buy a red close as to 50% probably. So I wouldn't necessarily be bearish on the close up to 50%. That's what I'm initially thinking now. I mean, look, if it holds this triangle here for a little bit, it could go right back up. That's kind of where we're at right now. But the sell-off has been quite brutal, so, and it is a sell-off, so that's the thing. It's hard to buy a sell-off. Look, we've kind of lost this low. Here we are, we're coming into this area now, aren't we? Look. This is the right place. This is the right place to find support. 22 should get some bullish, start getting some bullish divergence. This is the test, huh? Oh god, we got some single prints, some hefty ones. Bam, bam. So that's resistance, huh? Resistance. Oh my god, look at that CVD. That's a massive short. Short. You see those shorts coming in, you got a short, huh? Just short. I don't know. Is it going to be able to withstand the selling? That's really strong selling, huh? I'm not seeing any bullishness here at all. Look at that. Fucking hell. Until you get a liquidation. Don't know. I've never done that, so I can't comment. But it went from like a really tight range to suddenly bam. I think there's going to be a capitulation event today. At this rate, if this continues, a big fuck off capitulation. Because this is literally how it happens. You get a big capitulation. If they can put, if the shorts can push it down, you go right down to there in 2 seconds, all the way down to the POC. Bam. Take out the lows and then you get the bounce. If the shorts keep on coming now and pushing it down, push, then you get a big long, capitulate, take out all of these lows and that one, then you get your bounce, and then you're ranging here. And then that's a failed auction, basically. and then you end up probably going right back up, and that's actually the sign of strength, which probably means that ETH BTC has bottomed out. If this is how it plays out, and get back into the value above the value area high after you lose it, be a sign of strength. That would be hard to do, but this is at the rate this is going. It's not looking healthy at all. Look at the daily. To find support here, I think what I would want to see with a big 4-hour candle, red candle like that, I think what you want to see now is literally you just want to see the price just be here for a while and not be able to get down. Yeah, either that or you want to see the price come all the way back up, and until you see that, this is probably going to be really weak. Yeah, so if we see the price here, I mean, it could just you could just get green candles all the way back up. It's possible. We've seen it before where you just get green, the price bottoms out here, and in the next hour is green, 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 green. You get greens going all the way back up to the point of control. And actually it's still okay. It's still okay because you're still above the value area high at the bottom of this local range, still range bound. You kind of lost this triangle, so I don't know, I'm not 200% sure about this triangle now. If we see it go up and find resistance here, then yeah, then maybe actually there is a triangle. But if the selling continues, I mean, if the problem here, I don't know if it's a problem, but what you're seeing are big shorts entered. Look, and now you're getting some longs. Look, this is some longs into 4.4 mil, increasing OI. Look, 1.2 million imbalances. Some longs have entered here. Sometimes longs enter to cover the shorts instead of the short taking profit. They'll cover it and they'll have a stop loss at the lows. So it's just to cover the short, just in case the price bounces back up. Yeah? But if it continues, they're still in the short. So you can't really judge by these longs at all. Yeah. Because if you're sitting in a short, you will long here because you're at support. But here what I'm seeing is that shorts are actually entering. You could see shorts coming in. That pushes the price down. And we haven't seen a capitulation here. We haven't seen any kind of capitulation here. Any kind of liquidation event, which is quite unusual. We saw a lot over there, but we haven't seen one in a while. So people's stops are quite wide. There's quite a lot of volume, huh? 97 million volume in the last 30 minutes. That's pretty big, huh? That's a pretty big down volume, huh? All coins are literally giving up they've all dropped. So we are, I feel like we are going down in a very horrible manner, actually. Let's see. This way we are. That volume on those two candles, bam, bam. It's really big volume. Huh? This one especially, this last 15-minute one. How much volume was on that candle? 55 mil just on that candle. It's a lot of volume. I don't know what to make of that. Look, that's the candle. Huh? 55 mil. It's a lot. That's a lot of volume right into support. I mean, if they get trapped, this is going to spring up like there's no tomorrow. Huh? If that volume gets trapped. But that's really, really bearish. Decreasing prices, increasing volume. Look at ETH. It's closing. That's a bearish engulfing on ETH on the daily time frame. See that? Bearish engulfing, rejected from the point of control. Bearish engulfing candle. At this rate, ETH is going down to 3K for a test of this neckline here. Based on that, based on what I'm seeing now. So much for that bullish Gartley, huh? That bullish Gartley wasn't so bullish after all. Huh? It was for a bit. I think it's more likely than not that you do find support at the value area low here, just because of that wick. There's a big wick here. Is that these lows and not hit the golden pocket? You don't really want it to hit the golden pocket. Climb a higher low here. Sorts. That's what you really want if we do go down. Right. And for me, Solana, it bottoms out at 220, somewhere around here. So I think actually probably just like looking at the charts now, looking how bearish things have suddenly become. Like even Solana now is showing a bearish engulfing candle. I mean, you could be looking to sell that candle. Huh? It's a really bearish candle. Not looking good at all. And you had similar kind of price action on QuantX. This big sell offer, big sell, that. So this comes into support. So I think what you want to see is you want to see all of these like tokens come into support at the same time, and show a little bit of strength. And there's really nothing that can be done until we see some strength here in this context. And actually just looking at ETH, there's actually no point bothering with ETH until Just trying to see last time. Look, this last time we got a bearish engulfing here, and it just continued with the same kind of candle to the downside, which is that was at the highs of the only difference was that was at the highs. This isn't really at the highs. It's kind of at the lows. So I am thinking something else actually. Like, it'd be hard to buy, huh? It'd be very difficult to buy, but just like a 1-to-1 there. Let's find support here and then go back up. So you're still range bound. Really hard to go. That's a I don't know, but it's in support. Like, look, we haven't lost support. How could you sell into support? Like, even if it looks really bearish, you couldn't sell into that, could you? Because you're right onto support. You have to lose support. I don't know. I can't see. I don't know how you would sell that. But the candle itself is extremely bearish. Um, 20 minutes to go. Oh God. $102. What's the weekly looking like now? That weekly is looking so bearish now. 3 days starting to look really bad too. This is actually much worse than I thought. There's no up. Increasing volume into all-time high. Oh God, that's really bad. So last time we put these lows in, there's these buying tails, and you see here we're not putting any buying tails, so there's no buying, huh? So you basically cleared all the liquidity in these wicks with no sign of support. So there's no liquidity. It's pretty. It'd be good to just clear all these wicks and go back up. That's what would be good. But it would have to be up. It would have to be all the way down to 97. I think we're probably just going to end up going all the way down, though. Probably. Just looking at this doesn't look good. This does not look good. Even if we go up, I think a lot of people will sell. I mean, the market is bullish. That's the thing, but I think a lot of people are going to feel trapped, huh? Last time we went down like that. Yeah, you just need to bottom out. So it's going to require a little bit of time. It's not just going to bounce back. Well, I mean, it could. It did here. And that was slightly different because you had this kind of wick and then it closed. It closed higher, and then you got this piercing, and then you had the continuation. And that dropped significantly more. That was like a big drop. Remember that. No name, huh? What's up? Fake break disposal. Yeah, Fake is fucked, dude. I hate to say it. I saw that loss after it came back up. There's no point. Just the chart looks shit now. Yeah. That candle, that red candle, doesn't look good. Huh? You can't buy that. You just have to see something happen here that makes you. You want to see strength to buy. You can't buy into weakness, and unfortunately, that candle is just ultra. It's like uber weak. It's a challenge, yeah. That's a shame, huh? It's a shame that happened, because there was potential, and you have a big community, and they're all interested in this, but that also is an indication of quite a liquid market, so that's not good either. You don't really want an illiquid market either. So there's things that are going on in crypto which is scaring people away from all the smaller tokens. That's what I've noticed. A lot of people are getting burnt in rug pools and smaller tokens that are getting exploited, etc. They're losing their money. So now a lot of people are just focusing on the big ones, the safer ones. There's a trend now, huh? People are avoiding all these smaller projects, these kind of illiquid projects. And there's problematic here, because you kind of, if you come back up here, that's resistance. So people will sell into that. That's the problem. And right now, if you look at the market, we're selling off. We're not actually showing strength, we're showing weakness. Unfortunately. It's just the way it is. And so while the market's showing weakness, although we are coming into support here, you can see that we're coming into support. But this is probably going to be some kind of bearish consolidation, probably, just because we've had a sell-off. So usually when you have a downtrend, so if this downtrend has begun, Then if we start consolidating here, this is going to be bearish consolidation. And it's not going to be good for your altcoins. None of them. Because this isn't Bitcoin finding support. At the moment, it isn't. We'd have to be here for quite a long time. You'd have to see some bullish absorption, and then you'd have to start seeing some buying tails to start getting the vibe that we actually really are finding support here. If that happens, fine. Then all our altcoins are going to start finding strength again, wherever they are. And then we have a chance, and all our altcoins have a chance. But I think right now, because Bitcoin is pulling back, ETH is also pulling back. Look, ETH is pulling back in a very bearish way. This isn't correct. This isn't, I mean, it is a correction, but it's very sell-offish. And then you've got other tokens, you see they're all selling off. So we are coming into a little bit of local support here, but I think tokens like FEG, not just FEG, and there's a lot of other tokens which have issues, like Zeph. I've talked about Zeph having issues. It looks good now. Well, 4 hours it went up, so someone bought. While the market was going down, someone bought some Zeph. Look, WIF just keeps on going down and down and down. Dog with hat, you think it's quite a strong coin with a big community, but look, anyone who bought this back in whenever, they're down 72%. 72%. It's a lot. 72% is a lot. You bought the highs, you're down 72%. Actually, I think there's a bullish harmonic here on dog with hat, which I'm tracking. You'd have to come down and take out this D point. So that's kind of like, just looking at the way this is trending, I am thinking to myself that this has to play out now. Like, there's no way that this is going to find support here where we are now. That's not support. I wouldn't even think that that's support if somehow dog with, because it's been showing weakness since the second week of November, hasn't it? So in my mind, I'm just thinking to myself, with this token specifically, it's not going to find support here and go back up, and you're not going to believe it. I'm not going to believe that that's the bottom, because you've come so close to taking out this B, and I'm tracking this bullish harmonic, this higher time frame bullish harmonic. Yeah. So right now, what I'm thinking to myself is, let this bottom out. Let me just wait for this to take this pivot, however long that takes. And that will probably be a good place for everything else to enter. And I'm tracking that on some other tokens too. You know, it's not just this. Like when I'm looking at, let me have a look at a token now. Hold on. Yeah, Quanex. So on Quanex, I've got another pattern that I'm tracking. It's a crab. Did I save it? Yeah, actually I moved it. It's over here. Yeah, it's on the 2. It's on the 1 to 2. There, that's where it is. Yeah. There's like a higher time frame anchored VWAP here. See that? This anchored VWAP. It's slightly above it, so you know you could overshoot. So I'm actually thinking to myself, these have to come to support. All of these tokens have to play out. And so right now, I mean, I've taken a lot of trades. I haven't made any money. I've been stopped out. The long is just not ready. We're just not ready for longs. I should have been shorting, to be honest with you. Thinking about it. So it doesn't matter, because actually I am still in the thesis that we are about to bottom out on ETH BTC, but it could take another week or two. So I'm just keeping an eye on that. And because I'm seeing a lot of these tokens potentially come to some kind of harmonic at the right place where there's good support. Like this one, this is good support because it's the value area high of a previous range. The point of control is not too far away, and there's an anchored VWAP, and you're completing a bullish crab type harmonic here. The great thing about Quantex is it hasn't sold off. It's a really nice corrective trend. It looks like a sell-off, but it's not. This is actually really corrective because you've got buying and selling, buying and selling, buying and selling, buying. You see, it's not a sell-off, and therefore this harmonic is 100% in play, especially when you find support at the right place, take out these lows, come into the anchored VWAP here, and based on my timings as well, because I did some time on this as well, from this pivot. Which pivot did I do? Can't remember them. Like one of these, like end of the month. Today is the 26th. End of the month beginning of February would be another pivot, time pivot based on these pivots. Maybe somewhat earlier, maybe end of January. Yeah, that's better. Just take it to the top. Is that the top? So actually, I'm taking to the top of that green candle. That's fine, not the red one. From this green to this green one. Maybe that's not right. Maybe it's the top of the red one. No. So anyway, somewhere around here. And it's the same goes with all these tokens that I'm tracking. Yeah, I do want to see them bottom out properly and come to like their final resting place. And they're all different, but they should all come to support at the same time. And then when it comes to like something like Zeph, I think the biggest problem you're going to have with Zeph is I don't think the selling is over. I mean FET, not Zeph. FET, not FET. FEG. FEG. Is I don't know if the selling's over because people might sell into that, huh? If you start falling down here, they'll sell into that. They're not going to hold on. Like anyone who's got any value in here will just be like, shit, this is just going down. I'm just going to get rid of it. And so you have to see where this bottoms out, where those other tokens are like bottoming out as well. If that's where they bottom out. And actually, I don't know, because right now, Bitcoin, I thought Bitcoin was coming into some kind of nice place. Above the value area high. We found support already. We bounced, just consolidating here, and then we've just lost this area. It's not bullish, is it? It's quite bearish. That's quite bearish. So there was no absorption as the price dropped here. So the price wasn't able to absorb all of this volume. It's not that much. It's only about, on Bybit, it's only about $150 million worth of volume. So that's not good, huh? It's not good for a multi-trillion-dollar market cap token, and you can't absorb a couple of $100 million worth of volume for a drop like this at a place where there should be quite a lot of support. Oh, they did. But the problem with MicroStrategy buying is that everyone thinks it's a scam. You kind of need the market to buy. The market's not buying, it's just one company buying Bitcoin, just trying to defend 100K on leverage. So I don't know. I mean, I guess you could argue it's bullish, but at the same time, I don't know. I can't tell. This is support, huh? Right now we're in support. So you could buy that candle, though. You could buy up to 50% on candle close in 1 minute. Is it going to go down? Probably not. It'll probably go straight back up. Where's my phone? Just for shits and giggles. Buy candle close. Lost my phone. There it is. I mean, just literally, you've come to support. Literally, it's a really bearish candle. You can't. It'd be like a scalp, huh? Just buy it all the way up. 50% of that candle, maybe 382. It's like a scalp basically. And your invalidation is at the low. You have to have an invalidation. Let me see. I don't know if I could buy. I haven't got the guts to buy that, to be honest with you. You have to have a short invalidation there, but it just closed lower on the 30-minute. If it closed higher there, I would have bought that, but because it closed lower, I can't buy that because it's not a good close. Look, it closed lower. I don't like that. But you could buy that and scalp. You could scalp. That's like a scalp, but you're buying at the right place. You're buying at the range value area high. But look, it's it's a hard one. It's difficult to buy that. If you get stopped out, it'll go down. All right, ETH BTC. All right, let's have a look at the weeklies now, because the weeklies have closed. All right, so this is actually worse than it could have been. This is actually so what we're looking for now on ETH BTC, this is really important. So I think until this bottoms out, there's no point doing anything. Like, there's really no point trying to bottom catch tokens right now, because right now ETH BTC is just not bottoming out, and until it does, it doesn't really matter. All our altcoins could bleed even more, and you're just trying to bottom catch without this bottoming out. This closed lower, and you've got this kind of red doji type candle, spinning top type candle in the bottom of the wick of this candle. So we haven't been able to get back above that previous week high, and actually we've closed lower. So it's a really bearish close after a week of indecision, effectively a really bearish close. Next week has to be a green candle, and it has to close above that high. That would be a bullish engulfing close. Yeah, that's what we're looking for next week. If we don't get a bullish engulfing close, if you get a bullish engulfing, you can just buy that. That's it, it's bottomed, at least in this context, because you've got a bullish weekly engulfing, then it will just rally and just go up because you've bottomed. Short of that, you could end up with something like this, with some kind of green doji here. And speculatively, you could buy that too. Speculatively, yeah. Because the next one could be green, and then you're up. You end up with a green and you're up. Okay. You don't really, if this is for continued weakness here, you don't expect a green doji here. Does that make sense? Like, if next week, if this was continued weakness, then you'd have another red candle and it would close lower than there. If it closes high, if you have a red candle and it closes higher than there, you could buy that too. So there's like options for what next week has to be look like, determining the strength or the weakness of whether this is about to bottom. This is the weekly time frame. Also, we've got this monthly time frame candle. I imagine it'd be nice if we could close this above that previous month low, okay? Because otherwise you're in the same situation. It's a lower close on the monthly time frame. It's actually poor. It's actually really weak, yeah. And actually, what you really want to see is a buying tail with a swing failure of that level. And so here, that's the one that we were looking at. This is quite an interesting monthly close because it actually closed above this monthly level. It still went down for take the lows, but actually it was a bearish candle, but it actually closed higher than a level. And that's kind of what you want to see here. You want to see something very similar. Otherwise, actually, maybe we're not bottomed out at all here, and this is going to take a lot longer than we think. Maybe we're still in the first bit and we still have to, but if we are in the first bit, we still have to go up with one bullish candle, month candle. That might be February. So we might be in this situation, to be honest with you. Just imagining, I'm just imagining different scenarios, but I'm just thinking, I'm wondering if actually maybe we're still in this first bit. If we get a bullish February like that, just 1 month, next month, February, bullish February, bullish engulfing, right there, to close higher, you have to close up there. You have to completely engulf that with one green candle, and then you end up with 1, 2, 3 more down months to bottom out here, to go up like that. So you we're in that stage where I'm not 100%, and so I'd like to see, I think I'll have a bit of an inkling when we have a monthly candle close here, and also right now the weekly is showing weakness, so it's just really difficult to buy when you're seeing weakness there. I think if you do take a trade and you are in profit, just take your profit. Don't hold on, because right now it's taking time to bottom out, and everyone is thinking the moon, but the moon hasn't come yet. Okay, so we're getting a little bit of reaction here. So it was right. I was right. It was a good place to buy. Look at that. Look at that. It's really nice, huh? Shorts have just closed. Look at that. Daily opening shorts have closed. Coming into some single prints here. Look, some single prints. Finding resistance on some single prints here. Yeah, it's hard to do anything actually. Yeah, I mean, it's at the right place, and some coins to buy low, just above the point of control. goodbye. It is possible. Wait for a pullback. Find support. If there's bullish divergence. And it is also possible that you just get green candles all the way up on Bitcoin for sure. It's done it before. This is actually a little bit of a reversal pattern forming here on this time frame. You've got the first 5-minute bullish engulfing, and then you've got the continuation. And here on the 15-minute, that prints like that. That's actually a reversal candle in the lows here. That's in 5 minutes time. If you print like that, that's a bullish engulfing reversal on this time frame. So there's a trade to be had just here, these lows. You're not going to see that on the Solana. The problem with that is that it'll in 4 hours time it will sell again. You'll get a sell off again because that 4-hour candle is so strong. So the only way for you to not get a sell would be if this green candle was like all the way up to halfway, and then there's a chance to recover. But at the moment in these lower time frames, yeah, you see this 1 hour. So at the moment on this 30-minute here, like on the 15-minute, there's a bullish engulfing. So this could go up and up to about there and then come back down again. Just basically the length of the candle itself. And the fact that it's shorts closing. Yeah, this shorts closing. There's no longs are entering here. These are just shorts. There's no longs here. Shorts closing. Oh, it's a shame it closed such a bad time. Yeah, closed just before the weekly close. I mean, it sold off just before the weekly close. Yeah, that's the ETH weekly candle. We've already taken the liquidity from the lows because that's a weekly level to come up. That's not a strong bullish candle. Just because of the way it closed. You have to wait and see 3 days. Yeah. Right. I think I'm going to bed now. There's a few people here. It's like 8 viewers just watching me talk. Yeah, I don't have anything good to news. Let's just see what happens, I guess. Have a look at TRVL again. Good that. All right, so last week was pretty miserable. This week it's gone down some more. Sometimes these candles are good. You've got these small candles, and so it'd be very easy to see a a reversal, because all you need is a weekly close above there next week, just to reverse that previous week, and then that would be a reversal in play. To get that, you could see something potentially, but otherwise we probably need to go down. That probably need to go down to 2.2, probably. That's what I was thinking before. Yeah. That's it. It's done. 15 minutes is going to close now. The next one has to be green. If this next 15 minutes is green, then you could buy. But if it's red, then it's probably just kind of consolidating here for a drop. Let's see. I'll wait for 15 minutes. Need a green candle, 15 minutes. Be a scalp anyway. Anything you're doing right now, if you're longing, it's a scalp. It's nothing more, because you need you need this to bottom out now. There's a big sell-off. And we'll see what happens. All right. Thanks for joining me, guys. There's a few people here. Appreciate it. Honestly, like the markets, it's what I always say this. So no one really knows what's going to happen. We have an idea, and then sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I had an idea. I was thinking it would go up, then down, and then up. That instead it's gone down. Now, does that mean it can go up because we've gone down? 100% it's possible. The reality is that we are on support. This is support. Yeah, it's been tested. We've been rejected from the value area many times. Yeah, so the problem is that we're right back at support. Like, how many times do we come back to support, and we're putting in lower highs and we're coming back to support? So it's kind of bearish. It's not bullish, it's bearish, because if we wanted to go up, I think possibly we should be going up, you know, if we really wanted to go up. The price really wanted to go, it doesn't really want to go up at the moment. It's not ready to go up for reasons that I can't explain. So it's coming back to support. So for more liquidity or to find support. If it holds here, fine, who cares? But you have to, you'll see it hold here for a period of time, and you just can't get through. Yeah, and you'll start seeing some buying tails and more bullish absorption. But the selling has been quite aggressive. You've got shorts have opened, pushed the price down. The volume has been quite significant. And if there isn't any buying now, then you'll get bearish consolidation here, lower highs, and it will just drop again. You'll get another drop. And then in that context, probably drop again. It'll probably be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably. I don't imagine the price stopping there if you get another drop. And then I think if you'll probably get a bounce, but it'll probably end up coming all the way down to the right place, which is the point of control. That'll probably be, everyone will be really bearish if it did that. But actually that would be the right place to buy, because that will be the point of control, and it will be just above the golden pocket. That's the kind of the right place for longs. And then what you want to see then is the price to go up. It probably reject off the value area high, but if we're lucky, a V-shaped recovery. That's if we're lucky. That'll be the place. And if you get that, sure, let's go up. Let's go up to, if that happens, and you can go all the way up to the all-time high in one go, probably. If you manage to do that, that would be a massive sign of strength, and then the market would just jump right back in. Yeah. So right now, I'm just looking at this. If we end up with some bearish consolidation here, who knows? No one really knows what's going to happen. Yeah. So just because of the way it dropped, and because I saw some shorts opening, and I'm just contemplating bearish consolidation here. Yeah. If I see it change, then I'll change my opinion. Right now, you can see that we didn't put a bullish engulfing on the 15-minute. It's a piercing candle, which can be bullish, but this next candle has to be green. If it's red, then it's probably just going to drop down further. Probably just in this one move, it will continue. Yeah. And we'll have to see. You just have to see how this plays out. And it's and maybe then the price just needs to go down and put some volume lower down. And so yeah, so there's no bull market. Bull market's over, which sucks. It sucks for all our altcoins, because the sacrifice are the altcoins. Unfortunately, Bitcoin is sucking up all of the liquidity, and it's scaring people. And I mean, the main reason why I've come to see that a lot of these altcoins are shit coins is because if they weren't shit, they wouldn't drop so badly when Bitcoin dropped. If they were good, if they were really good coins, if they had value, why would they drop? And some coins don't drop so much, and some coins drop a lot. The ones that drop a lot are shit coins. So they're pegging their value on alt season Bitcoin. That's it. There's no other value. There's no real value to those types of coins. Yeah, it's all speculative bullshit value. But some coins are really good. They're really strong. They're really resilient when Bitcoin drops, and actually they bounce back stronger. Those coins have actual value, and the value is given to it primarily by the communities that value those tokens. Yeah. So there's a lot of meme coins I've noticed that are struggling because they're all bullshit. And then there's a lot of other coins that I've noticed that are showing a little bit of strength. And actually they're pretty good coins. They're the ones you need to stick with. Like look at L3. Amazing, huh? L3 is right back into the highs there. Look, it went up. Fucking hell. Look at that. L3, amazing, huh? I should have just put all my everything into L3. It's such a strong coin, huh? Up 55% from that dip in December. Just shows continued strength. Those are the coins you want, huh? You want these types of coins, the ones that show real strength. Look at Dupe, bam. JTO, not too bad. Even C-Pool is good. C-Pool is pretty good. Oh my god, so much for that. Look at this. Oh, that's terrible. I think cake looks really bad. Let's sell my cake. That looks really bad. That doesn't look good at all. What's that monthly look like? That's not good. That's not good at all. Right. I'm gonna go. Thanks for joining me. Let's see what happens tomorrow. You know, you never know. I mean, crypto, everything could change just like that. Who knows? No one really knows. Right. Have a good evening. Good night. Take care, guys.